We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
I know we only met just now, and I don't wanna freak Been on it, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, it hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make him reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
2 more spots remain here at the Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast as 4 teams are battling out to see if they can be the representatives of this region. My name is Pavlos and I've got Summer by my side to continue to break down the action. We've had 4 days in a row now and this is the last day of the Upper Swiss. And Summer, I'm hyped about this.
Yeah, last day of Upper Swiss, last chance for these teams to qualify into playoffs. And again, it's the last sort of split of this regional league coming into 2025. So there's a lot riding on these matches for these teams. And with the names that we're seeing here and performances that we've seen already, whether it's in the lower or the Upper Swiss, a little stars shining and starting to come out to light, especially in split 3, that maybe we wouldn't even expect them having to fight it out in this 2-2 bracket.
Indeed. But let's roll things back maybe a little bit, right? Because up until this point, we've seen teams make it, whether that was from the 3-0 bracket, obviously that being 2 formulation, being amongst the first one, full box 200, surprising. But yesterday in particular, we also got to see that kind of last moment, that last chance into playoffs already take place, right? We saw Enterprise, with that 3-1 score make it through, but then later on, Team Liquid Academy had a really interesting matchup up ahead them, a best of 3 that went the long haul that got them across the line as well.
Yeah, and it was one of the most fun games Keeper's had in a long time, or at least that's what he said over towards the interview. Really enjoyed playing the matchup. Obviously, you're going to enjoy it more if you come out on top. It does mean it's a farewell to ESC in this split, and you already saw LFT posts coming out from players after it. So again, it is a lot riding on these matches today, and the implications that it can have, not only the fact that they're going to miss playoff in this split, over how long the off season is going to be until it starts up again in next year.
Indeed, but enough being a little bit more general about today, and let's talk a little bit more about the teams actually and their matchups coming into this one, because it matters, right? It really does matter. Coming up first, the first match that we'll have ahead of us is Input Laggers versus Boars, and after that we'll have to see Twisted Saints Esports take on Detty Elise, and if you're interested in that, make sure you do tune in to that later on today. And it's quite interesting, Twisted Saints are here still after being on that 2 win for a good while. They made it that straight away, but have not been able to make it work in these BO3s, but they have a final chance to make it happen here against Detty Elise. Any one of those you think could be the match of the day? It's a hard question, I know, because both of them could be really exciting.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity for both of these games to be incredibly close as well, which obviously amps up the excitement coming into it. But for me, I'm really looking at TSC, the matchup for them playing, because for me, it's sort of, they always had this opportunity to go on that Cinderella run. They're very close to closing out, being in that 3-0 qualification to playoffs. And then it's been a little bit of a slippery slope since then. They do have a final chance now in that 2-2 bracket. So hopefully we can see a little bit of a step up from them that they haven't necessarily been able to show in those qualification BO3s.
Sure. I'm absolutely looking forward to this one for sure, Summer. I mean, look, we've seen a lot of this talent already, and they've really had to battle it out. And it's not only been the challenge of competing in split 1 after split 2 after split 3, but multiple of these players have had to switch teams. Some of the projects kind of fall apart and now finding new homes. And I think we'll get a glimpse of that today. And talking a little bit about that, it's Input Lag Enjoyers against Boars to take stage. And I think for Input Lag Enjoyers mostly, the project that have disintegrated is very much the name of the game for them really here, because some of these pieces are part of that Zero Tenacity roster that were in that runner-up position in the previous split, coming second, only beaten by Enterprise by the end.
Yeah, and you saw, well, the disintegration of Zero Tenacity, right? You had Alexa going to Na'Vi, MSH to fix Illumina, and it's Pretty and Peril the ones that stay behind. Obviously, boosted up by the newcomers into the league when we are looking at Fez's and some of the other players. But yeah, I'm super excited to see this roster. Again, we're talking about the dark horses of Northeast. It seems there's always an unsigned team making waves, and they need to start getting some pictures in. We need to put some faces to these names, especially with some of the newer players that we haven't necessarily seen as often in this league.
Yeah, sure. And it's Fezes and Hassan that we're definitely looking at here, right? These are the younger players. These are the ones that are lesser known. Well, sure, Pretty we know of, Pyro we know of, and Never has been around. The interesting part about Never is that he didn't really have a team during 2024, and now he's back into this challenger scene and looking to do some work here with some of the previous Zero Tenacity players. I'm excited to see what Fezes and Hassan can bring to the table here with the experience that they have by themselves, but obviously this is their last chance to potentially make it into playoffs, so it's going to be a tough one. Now, we did also see another team, Boars, compete on broadcast the other day, and they're the contestant that have to take on Input Lag Enjoyers. This Ukrainian roster, their mechanical skill ceiling seems to be pretty damn high, and I feel like they could really be a dark horse contender when it comes to any of these matches. They could upset absolutely anyone.
Yeah, and the fact that they almost had an opportunity to upset Enterprise in a BO3, it's not as if we're talking about, oh, it's just a best of one, they just got lucky a map, or they hit a roll and they just carried on sort of snowballing the rounds and into the game. It was a best of 3. It came down to the wire and they just let it slip towards the end of that third map. But again, we were talking about second chances coming into this 2-2 bracket. I want to say they're going to be the ones that are favored, at least off the recent performances in this matchup itself. But like we said, the experience is definitely there for the Impact Lag enjoyers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even though Enterprise didn't have the best of games in the series against Boars, it still was Boars gaining the experience to play up against a team of the Enterprise caliber, right? And that experience, that confidence, the fact that you were able to bring things so close, and that's no respect attitude that I feel like you need to have coming into matches like that, right? Without kind of thinking, okay, these guys are world champs. They are the reigning champs of this region as well, challengers EMEA. No, it's just like play our own game, get into this, and give it our best go. And that's exactly what they've been doing up until this point, and has let them into an opportunity to make it into the top 8. Now, we've seen these teams also compete in best of 3s up until this point. No longer new territory for them. Sure, you had to go through those BO1s early on, and I feel like maybe for one team, Boars, it might have been an easier journey here than Input Laggers per se, Input Lag Enjoyers per se. But what we've seen so far from them in regards to their map pool, is there something you'd want to expect from them, or something you feel could give one of these teams an edge?
I'm actually favoring Boars in this matchup, especially when you're looking at the maps that have been played so far. They both have that sort of overlap of Haven and Lotus, and for Boars it's two of the strongest maps. They've yet to suffer a loss on both of them. Then you're going into that sort of third map territory of Input Lag Enjoyers love Ascent, Boars like Sunset, but it's the main sort of overlap of, do Input Lag Enjoyers take out some of the maps that they've opted to play already in a couple of series before, just to punish Boars, and that being maps that they love to play because they've had so many reps on it just in this split, isolated, because they've had the longer way to get to this 2-2 bracket. East qualifiers, lower Swiss, upper Swiss, and now into this 2-2 bracket. So let's see what sort of map veto we're going to get from this. And yeah, it makes sense to pan out Ascent. It's a map Input Lag Enjoyers love. Boars haven't actually played it just yet, taking it off the board, not wanting anything to do with that one.
Sure, indeed. Input Laggers also taking Corrode out of there as well, seeing how well their opponents, well, not how well, to be fair. They had some, this map can favor a lot of those individual fights, and we saw how much Boars can be disruptive on that defensive side here on Corrode. Enterprise, of course, were able to beat them eventually on it, but Haven being the selected map for Boars, that's very interesting to me here, Summer, because this map, albeit it was one Input Laggers Enjoyers played against Mania yesterday, right? And it was one of their way that they got their 2-0 win in the series and brought them to this point. But it was still overtime, right? It was still a little bit of a struggle, 15-13. So Boars might feel a little bit more comfortable. Their Icebox brawn out here from the Input Laggers themselves. And yeah, just to the side of remaining from here.
Yeah, it makes sense for them to pick into Haven. They're undefeated on that map so far, played it already 4 times this split. Not the best successes for Input Lag Enjoyers there, but Icebox is going to be a new look for both of these teams coming into this one, especially in the sense of We haven't seen anything on it on both sides. So going into that final map, going to be going to Sunset, which again, input laggers haven't played, and it's something that Bulls have played already 6 times and relatively decent win rate. They've only lost that map twice to Formulation Gaming both of those times. There's a lot for them to take away from that in regards to improving. So I really think this map veto definitely favors it, or starts to tip into favor of Bulls.
Yeah, it's hard to know really to what extent it favors Bulls, especially with that big unknown in the middle icebox, right? Without the information on that, it's hard to determine what could possibly happen here, because there's always that conversation. You could bring in something unknown that you're not prepared against and that you haven't really had that many reps to sort of practice and scrim. But at the same time, it could also provide an opportunity to just lay your own plan out there, not care too much about anti-stratting, and we could potentially see something a little bit more creative come out of that one. So yeah, we've got our best of 3 ready. Haven will be the first one. Any thoughts about that first pick here, Summer? Especially now we know the comps, we know what these teams like to play. Obviously, on the one hand, Impalaka Joys went through a bit of a change already mid-split on what they like to run. They had the Yoru and ISO comp early, but now switching over that to the Killjoy Breach setup. How do you feel this dynamic could go between Bulls and Input Lag and Joys? Determining, of course, given the fact that we know their compositions potentially.
I'm just interested to see what actual composition that they run with. You said that they've changed it mid-season. They've played it twice. They've had 2 different compositions both times. One they've won, one they've lost. So maybe they stick to the one that they were just able to get over the line against Mania. But again, it was an overtime victory, so it's not necessarily the cleanest one for the side of Input Lag and Joyous, but does seem that they do want to keep at least the basis of that composition, but they are going to be swapping that Killjoy for the Cypher. So a 3rd time playing Haven this split and a 3rd different comp.
Indeed, indeed. Both teams very similar in how they'll be approaching this one, but one has a Neon and one has a Jet. So the way they'll be entering the site and the rotations will be slightly different on the timings there. We'll be keeping a close eye out on Never and Kolosha. Kolosha having some really cool moments yesterday, some really nice clutches, and I think the same could be said about Never Fear as well. Input Lag and Joys haven't seen too much from them as a core, as a roster, but knowing the impact Pretty and Pyro can have, and the fact that I'm sure they'd want to make it to playoff for yet another time, this is going to be a fight for everything here, and I'm sure none of these teams are leaving anything off the table. It's going to be Input Lag and Joys starting things off the defense, and Bulls as the aggressors.
All right, let's see what Bulls have in store for us today, especially on this attacking side. And if Input Lag and Joys can stave off something that Enterprise started to struggle with, especially with the aggression, and you're talking about clutches coming in from the supportive agents of Bulls, especially Troizy yesterday, again, one of the top rated players in this league so far, had a phenomenal game against Enterprise. And that's a good way to start it off.
A brilliant start. Kolosha getting first blood. And this could mean Bulls could continue to move towards this A site, but Input Lag and Joys do switch up their position as well. You can see Pretty joining up the defensive lineup next to Never, who currently could be pressured from a couple of directions. Never looking to take the safer route. Flash coming through together. The Paranoia stun up as well. Pretty, an aftershock to maybe delay the players on site, while Never has been forced into an isolated 1v2. Stun out is more like a blind there that assists Pretty for one, but the fact that Bulls had all their players around allows them to win the exchange.
Yeah, and double the numbers as well going into this post plan. It's going to be difficult to dismantle, especially if no picks are going to go their way early on, and that's exactly what it feels like. Riz just put the final nail in the coffin for the side of Input Lag and Joyous. It's a kill on the way out for Hassan, but a Bulls round on the boards.
Indeed it is. Nicely done. And it all kind of started with isolating that player in short as well, right? Being able to take these fights one by one really helped their case.
Fun fact.
Yes.
Out of the last 4 matches Bulls have played, including this one, they have not yet lost a pistol. Because remember in the game against Enterprise yesterday, Bulls won every single pistol. So they might just be the pistol demons. It does help them get a leg up, at least at the beginning of the halves. Let's see if the pattern continues, at least in this series, so keep your eye out on that.
That's a fun fact right there.
Less of a fun fact, they were unable to convert 2 of those yesterday, so might be less of a fun fact, especially now Pyrrol's able to get an early pick up onto Ray. How much is funnel them into C?
Going into C. Pretty damn waiting. Push up. Pretty. Hiding early on, but Kolosha is able to swing out of his POV, and the rest of Balls will be able to clean up. That's some Guardian shots connecting. And sure, Lag and Joys have a couple of players remaining. Never fear, with less than an optimal amount of health, could make this one fathomable, but a tough one nevertheless. Troy's head gets ripped off its shoulders, but this looks out of reach, especially at that long distance. Sure, you might be able to salvage a rifle, but this is going to buy some time for Balls to reposition yet again. 1 per side on long. Recon broken. Never escapes the tag. Flash used. Never wanted to see if Balls will be peeking that angle, but the fact that they haven't heard the spike being diffused once, that is not going to be happening. Minimal risks taken throughout this one, but I feel for Lag and Joys, taking 3 players down isn't too bad of an ordeal.
And especially saving over this rifle onto Never is an investment that Balls are going to lose a decent amount in. They heavily invested into 4 of those players. You're not necessarily going to be having that double rifle setup we were seeing a lot of the times in the bonuses yesterday, of it being basically just a buy with 1 or 2 Guardians in the mix. Sure, you're able to get an investment up now. Trizy's going to be wielding that Vandal. I mean, even a heavier investment, actually. Kolosha is going to force into this one. Could be dangerous if not able to convert or get at least enough damage.
Smoke. So Pretty will not be able to see Balls push through, but he could definitely hear them. Troy's already finding himself to the back of the site, but this aftershock denying Javelin the opportunity to plant that spike, maybe thinking it wouldn't affect him in that position, but it still did. Rare gets caught on the jump. So Lag and Joys, a big advantage already. Stunned towards the 3 players towards this A site. Never fear. Does get the first shot down. That's a step in the right direction for Balls if they want to be winning this bonus. Kolosha also follows up, but this also leaves Never fear in the 1v1. 1v2, actually. Hassan is low, and shot that won't be landing. Not where he would have liked, at least. And Fezis does have his teammates back. Therefore, Lag and Joys, with rifles in their hands, make this round done.
I think Kolosha was just about able to get enough kills, yeah, in the last one, just to get that overdrive online. So the investment isn't too crazy in regards to forcing up that hero rifle down to about 200 credits. He's still going to have something to work with into this one, but he might force his Balls' hands into trying something a little bit fast off the back of it. And especially with all these players outside A, Pyro might get a little bit run over.
Possibly. I think he realizes there's a lot going on here. The overdrive from Kolosha is out. And looking to dash in, see if he can get any advantage. Playing point blank range there from Pyro. Doesn't quite work out as his head gets zapped. Fezis as well helping out for Lag and Joys, but Kolosha's overdrive finds 3 picks of impact. And Hassan left holding his Vandal, wondering what he could do here. Is he really thinking the clutch? Especially with the trip, that is just 1 more point to click on. And Balls aren't giving me anything, hiding on every single corner, trying to tease them out of their positions, but that's not happening. Knows where 1 is, and that 1 person will be enough to fend off Hassan in his efforts to get this 1v3 retake underway, but does not happen. Therefore, Balls get themselves a 3rd round.
Yeah, it's great from Kolosha. Obviously, getting a triple kill on the round, but it's more of the isolation of the kill over onto Pyro and towards site. They knew they had to do something fast, and a good read into Pyro being the sole defender of A. Javelin stuns comes through, same goes for Kolosha's, even the blind coming in from Trozy. It's a lockout from Pyro, not given a chance to get anything done in that round, so instead calls for a little bit of reinforcements from Never. Reinforcements have gone down. Similar.
Pyro doesn't get affected by the paranoia, so he could potentially walk in. Oh, that tag will hinder him, especially with information given over. His position will be checked. Does walk out of the smoke, but Lagenjoys can only account for the 1 kill as Boars are able to basically crunch down on every head that they see. So a bit of a lead now being created. Obviously that was against the eco, but it's nice to have a buffer early on in the series.
And it is something that we've been seeing. The eco rounds have been way too dangerous than they should be. The team's getting a little bit crazy with what they can do with classics. But rifles back out now for Lag. A little bit of, again, an adjustment in the setup. Still, Pyro solo over towards B, solo towards A, but this time Balls go again for B.
And you've got players from Lagenjoys on, really, on both sides of the entry towards B, but it's never that's the one to connect first. And he's not even around in the crunch on B. He was holding down Carriage. Balls are able to collect him eventually, so it leads things to a 3v3, but not for long. Troisy, not sure how he found that shot. Did he walk out of smoke and find the player on B? Looks like it. And now with a spike to go down, Impa Lagenjoys are in a bit of trouble.
Here.
Split up.
You want to pick?
It's just awkward, especially with the time ticking. Both now spotted. Released information on Pyro coming from Garage. Tries his best towards backside, but Troyes is on a tear in this one. Third for himself in this round, even using the ultimate to retreat to safety over towards long. A reveal comes through, confirms no one's over towards the spike, and even then you have shock dots on their way. You have a one-way to be cycled on towards the spike, and it's a tuck tail and run. A 5th now for Boars. And a good start for them in the series. So far, at least.
I mean, very good start. Lagenjoys were only able to win that one buy round straight after the pistol and follow-up. After that, Boars have interrupted every single one of those attempts. And sure, they've only had a couple of survivors every single round, so it's not like it's been a simple endeavor for them. But, so, you know, economical issues could arise eventually. But Troisy is on full, therefore he has a drop available. And Lagenjoys haven't really been able to use their ultimates efficiently, at least, right? Now I've got 4 of them available. A 5th one could come in. Maybe this makes this round doable and scary. But if they continue losing like this, then they're not going to take their full effect of them out.
Especially when Balls are more than happy to use these to help clear out on towards site. But still hitting the kill trip. Hassan's managed to get a kill, but oh, not able to double up with his re-address over towards Garage.
What? Actually, this Blainstorm could completely change the tide of this round. The push from Balls towards this A to C site just doesn't work out. Lagenjoys with full control over the spike and Pyro, ready for what Troisy is throwing at him. On the side, and hard clear angle. And Rare doesn't even know it, but he's up against 3. He can assume it at this point, never continuingly to press that A key on his keyboard to slide into his opponent's screen, but never getting a couple kills through the smoke there. That is completely disgusting. And Lagenjoys needed something like that to become relevant in the game.
I mean, sure, Hassan's to open it up. At least that was hit by a trip, revealed, you know exactly where to shoot. Defers was just, it's not even a spray and pray at that point. It's daggers to the head. And now even able to invest into an operator out into this one.
Yes, this should do.
But Boars might just be able to bypass it. Or at least the majority of their force.
Balls will enter. Troisy fighting himself to the middle of the site, but some kills already traded. It's Kalosha that does most of the damage here. But at the same time, Balls take quite a hit. 3 players already down for them, and Kalosha down to 11 points of health. So it's not like you can really hold on to this easily. They know the Rolling Thunder's available, and they respect it. And it's a good decision to make, because Pretty was there and ready to use it at that moment. Pyro will be hearing everything on this rotate. So he'll just walk out of hut. And in this moment, Javelin knows he's all by himself here. No real help. Has to do it single-handedly.
If he's able to isolate a couple of these kills, but the only thing is, I think he might just be walking into the stack over towards A, but he has a little bit of a change of mind, change of heart. But does he hard clear Pretty in this angle?
That's a great question.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Pretty nearly wanted to get the jump on him, but Javelin instead gets the clear. Hunter's Fury denying at least the first stick to the plant. Never knows he's got to hold this line of fire, hearing Javelin darting towards him. So an easy shot by the end of it, but still, it made Lag and Joy shake a little bit by the end.
Yeah, and even forcing out the Hunter's Fury from a 1v3 position, you're not necessarily hating that, especially with how many ults almost having that Royal Flush Lag had it in store. They still do have 2 ultimates. Pretty's obviously with the Rolling Thunder can be super impactful for retakes, especially over towards B when they're stopping the site hits themselves, exactly where Pretty normally plays and starts the rounds.
Yeah, Pyro already giving the call to his team that he needs assistance. A site execute. And Lag and Joy is, on the most part, respecting this. Likely to be a 5v5 retake.
Yeah, they have everything for the retake. You definitely want to keep the numbers in your favor. Pretty's ultimate can cause havoc, especially with Hassan in the backlines.
And that's what Lag and Joy are waiting on here. Buying time for Hassan to bring home this impact. Finding the one, but Never Fear was ready for him. And Kalosha now is doing the heavy lifting into the site itself. Swing out from Never. Good quick scope. And this keeps even numbers around across the board. And Never continually to cover corners with the operator. Just swinging out as if he's holding a rifle, making it look damn easy with the operator in his hands. Never has unlocked.
That is perfect from your D-list. Sure, fight's going into the back lines, delaying a little bit of time, doing a decent amount of damage to the Balls players. But yeah, you can't shy away from the effect that operator's having and the impact that he's already had.
It's much more like it from Input Lag and Joyous, all starting off from the 50 round they had, and now converting it into success in the buy rounds. Early info available, and Balls more often than not have been allowed entry into A. Whether they're able to stick with that control is a different question. Kalosha, it's rare he doesn't get an opener at least, but the Rolling Thunder is used instantaneously to provide a nice place for the spike plant. And as it does go down, we are even in numbers. No flank there for Lag Enjoyers. They all going to be moving in from Heaven and Main. And off the back of Pretty's flashes, they'll look to push. There still is a bit of a delay though from Balls. The Aftershock Javelin looking to go for the push. The crunch is brilliant, magnificent, shutting Lag and Joy's effort in their tracks, and Hassan knows he's got to hold on to the big green for the next round. Balls on the chase. It was a 3-round drought that now are able to recover from, and they want to make sure there are no survivors on the other end. Hassan wants to hold on, but Javelin says a big no to that. Jiggle beaking his way to success, a triple to his name, and Balls back on the board.
Oh, he played it perfectly as well. Sure, you see this double kill over towards CT in the final kill onto the saving, or the attempt to save this operator, but as soon as any sort of pressure was coming in from Lag on that retake, especially off the back of Pretty's flashes, he kept the Aftershock in hand. Sure, the ultimate was used, sure, flashes were used, sure, there wasn't even a stun to work with, but perfectly timed Aftershock denied any sort of peek, allows for another cage to come out from Root, and, well, we saw what happened when he peeked through it.
Take flight.
I mean, fair enough, Kalosha, you got the one, but if there's a high-low like that, you're not dealing with feathers that easily.
And the double peek certainly going to favor the more separated of players up. Probably about two people up. 2 omens high.
Couple of meters high. 2 omens high, you're right. The right measurement. I wonder how many things can be counted in omens. Isn't omen a... Wait, what
I mean,
what measuring thing is an omen? I feel like it's something to do with power.
they're like
Oms.
it's like bad
oms.
omens.
I'm thinking about oms.
Oh
What's
my
oms?
gosh, you need to go back to school.
I need to go back
like
to school, bro.
OHMs.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure.
Oh, no.
I really am not sure.
This is why
yeah.
he's a caster, guys.
Oh, yes, I'm right. It's the unit of electrical resistance.
Yeah, but
Cool.
that's not what omens are.
No, it's not, but that's what I thought of for a second. So, give me a break. Javelin, though, he's got in crucial position all the timing. Doesn't quite favor him, but he's able to stun Input Lag and Joy's back a little bit. They're on the back foot, but these positions treacherous. So not easy for the defenders to clear. Pretty up first. Rare. The trade is there. But Javelin in a bit of trouble. That's a dash behind his position by Never. And the fact that the defuse has pressured Troisy out of his angle allows Pyro to quickly collect him. Lag and Joy magnificently are able to take over that side.
Again, it was looking so great for Balls in regards to delaying and keeping the players of Input Lag and Joy as far back in that retake, disrupting them as they were trying to rotate off of 8. But a couple of kills collected in such a fast fashion, on top of the initial double kill you had from Fez's over towards Long, it could easily get those numbers so heavily in your favor that you're in a 3v1 situation, sticking the spike, and now an opportunity to equalize after we saw such a strong start from Boars.
An early fault stun coming out for Boars. But it's not going to stop Balls breaking into C. Instead, Lag and Joyous decide that it's best to take this fight further back and allow Balls to kind of walk into their line of sight. But the moment Pretty tries to take a wider stance, in Long gets punished because of it. And this has put Input Lag and Joyous in a little bit of a worse position, given that they need to bring even more players around to defend. Fezes can't control what is going on, and neither can Pyro off the back of that smoke. Blinking, you miss it. Balls completely take over. Input Lag and Joyous didn't stand a chance.
Spike planted.
We've seen how fast they can be on those hits, but it's just a little bit more slow, more measured aggression. Taking the kills as they presented themselves and connecting them. So at least deny Input Lag and Joyous the opportunity to equalize and putting themselves in a good footing. And if they can continue this streak of winning pistols, they might be able to snowball their way through their own map pick.
Balls leading 7-5 against Input Lag and Joyous. And let's be fair, it was quite impressive seeing Input Lag and Joyous come back after what was a 4-0 deficit. So not too bad, not far off. But I think all eyes are on Balls if they can continue that flawless streak of pistol rounds. Right, they've had so many in a row. How many are there now?
Well, it was all the matches yesterday, so that's at least 6 in the game against Enterprise, plus the one from today.
7.
So 7.
So potentially could be 8 now.
An opportunity to make it so.
All right. Well, they're on the defensive side now, so they have to respond to what Input Lag and Joyous do. And what Input lag enjoys. Well, they have to make it hard for customers with these names, don't they? Anyway, onto the side they go. Breaking the first trip. So Ball's notified of their presence. Javelin successful on the first contact, but he wasn't quite careful off the push in catwalk. Therefore, Fezes is able to find him. Instead, a double kill comes out from him. And you can see that Balls aren't slowing down at all, wanting to amp up the pressure straight away, and it's just not paying dividends. Fezes with a quad piece, damn clean on the classic.
I didn't even know how Fezes managed to get that entry. I saw it was a right click through the smoke. Especially the one onto Javelin, because they still had a player over towards short that they could just start to sneak out of CT, and it's almost as if we've casted it. They have lost a pistol, so it was at least 7 in a row. They might have won some in a couple of BO1s before, but at least this one is going to have to be restarted. They want to get another little bit of a legacy going on Icebox. I'm actually interested to see how long this streak was. If they won... Okay, they won one against...
the ones previously?
Yeah, they won it, the last pistol against Team Liquid Academy, but they lost the first. So it was 9 in a row. Oh, 8 in a row.
9?
Yeah, 8.
8, yeah, 8. 8 pistol rounds in a row. That's a great streak, and I think they can be proud about that one.
I mean, against
more
3
often than
different
not,
teams.
people consider them a little bit of a coin flip, don't you think?
I mean, there's definitely a fair bit of odds into it in the sense of that you can't necessarily predict, but I think it's something a lot of teams have put a decent amount of effort into, but it's not your main focus, right? You're looking at what you can do with utility, weapons, and more of your ults. But pistols definitely help, especially with how we've seen teams able to make the second round so expensive. And then you're looking at the third rounds of how strong you can make them if you keep your first, second rounds as clean as possible. But the side of Wars likely to be 0 investment into this one in regards to anything crazy in regards to weaponry. But on the side of Lag Enjoyers, Fez is wanting to bring out the Vandal early on. We saw how Balls weren't able to keep theirs alive in the first half. So Fez is hopefully having a little bit more of a tighter grip on that gun.
And thankfully, the technical pause didn't take too long. Right back on the server. Balls all play strong defensively in C, and the thing is, they're being kept busy. So it's hard to imagine them rotating anytime soon, albeit them having a lot of players around. They still get bested on the long distance. And Kolosha can hear the commotion as frantic footsteps make their way into the A site. Pretty denying Javelin's exit through double doors. Kolosha wants to see what he could do with his water gun.
Planted.
But it feels like Input Lag and Joys aren't even going after him, not even wanting to go into shore. I guess they don't. They know the possibility of him being here, especially given that Hassan is looking in that angle, but you can't expect too much from him. Maybe a couple of kills, that'd be quite nice. Oh, must have been visible to this side corner of Vez's monitor. Nevertheless, never fear, the only player for Input Lag for Balls, actually, on his team. And for that reason, it is 7-7, squared completely.
Yeah, they're definitely thanking their lucky stars for being able to convert that final round of the half to not allow Input Lag and Joy to take the leads, especially with their own resurgence towards the end of that half. Now being on towards that attack, for the side of Balls, we have a little bit of heavy lifting required when you're looking at some of the players that haven't necessarily had the best start of the game, and Ray on that Cypher as that Sentinel. An opportunity to get tested a little bit more on this half.
Javelin with first blood though, catches Hassan as he tries to lurk. And Input Lag and Jayas still want to keep their focus close to this right-hand side. Now, they have been quiet, so no real big information out from Balls, but they do use the owl drone to see what they can find in it long. In the meantime, Pretty spotted, breaking the drone. But other than that, in the clear.
I mean, you're looking at Never and Fezes to be impact, especially with these rifles. He might have an opportunity to do it, but the timing on that retreat of the angle. Gonna give all the information. There's a Vandal towards long. It's not exactly the best place to re-peek into. And now C is in their sights.
Taken out. Cage trigger.
Red won't be affected by the stun, but he knows he needs to step a little bit further back.
Whoa, hold
no scope
on.
shots, randomly finding Troy Z pretty. That's not fair, mate.
Spike planted.
It's like he's told off at nursery and said, that's not fair, you need to say sorry now. Well, still though, the comeback for Balls is on its way as 3 players are grouped up together trying to make waves towards the back of the site. Red's successful with his first trades, but this keeps both Input Lag and Joy's players over in Garage. Now spotted, Red with a ton on his hands, but the widespread of the 2 last players allows for the collection by Never.
One enemy.
Off the back of those 2 strong rifles and almost a red card shot from the Marshall, double body shot through the smoke into Garage. No information, just an inkling that there might be someone there. May as well shoot your shot. Sometimes you might net a kill. But for the Balls into this one, it's not great money-wise. You got a couple of stingers. And for Lag and Joys, this might be an opportunity to start to build a lead. One they haven't necessarily had the chance to in the first half. It was always Balls leading.
Well, Aldrone spotting out. There are a couple of players already, but do you expect Javelin to be at the backside? Never throwing some cloud burst to give him some cover, but in the meantime, Rare is able to shut down one of his teammates. But that's also Javelin now left all by himself and never gets the right timing on him as Javelin was looking towards that right-hand side. No chance to answer back. So desperate times call for desperate measures. Kolosha pushes past the smoke. Something similar from Never Fear, but he finds a little bit more success in the process. But Impalak enjoys with the buy, are able to now get 9 rounds on their board.
I think this is the second time in a row Trozy's been killed through a smoke. He hasn't had an opportunity. Sure, in the first one it was an aim and smoke. The second one never puts it down. It's gonna start to get frustrating if he isn't able to get into the game. Get into those gunfights. Especially with as one of the players that are the highest rated in the league at the moment, and especially on the team being able to bring those impact kills.
Well, I'm definitely glad to see Never back in competitive play, that's for sure. Doing wonders so far. Troy-Z pressured so damn hard. Spike information available now for Balls, and with 2 picks to boot, it's going to be impossible for Input Lag and Joyce to come back, especially after Never's peek into Never Fear. How do you even come back from this? Pyro needs a little magic to go his way, but I'm afraid it's Hassan. That's the only one with a bit more juice in his wand, but that's about it. 9 to 8 as Balls finally gain a grasp of a defensive round.
Yeah, you give Trozy an opportunity in those gunfights. He's gonna walk away with a triple kill. Shali's able to get active and inevitably put the round on the board for Balls. It's a little bit of an overcook from Lag and Joyous. They wanted to go heavy towards B. There's absolutely no one there. They send the Rolling Thunder over towards Garage, run in with a spike, and unfortunately, Trozy, even though stunned up in the corner, gets overlooked. Nets up 2. And they're even hyper aware of the positioning that was faulted over towards spawn. Well, that's a lot of information on long.
Paranoia thrown. It's not really what's affecting Input Lag and Joy is there. Instead, it's Kalosha's peak. That catches pretty off guard. And if you're Input Lag and Joy is here, what's the call? You've lost the player. You've let your opponents know that you've got a lot of presence around C. They're slowly maneuvering across this map now.
The thing is, they haven't got space anywhere else. They're gonna have to put a little bit of utility, maybe a drone coming out from Pretty. Just contact all the way, especially with Fezes trying to puff up his chest over towards C, do what damage he can.
Yeah, breaking the ult. Having none of that.
Oh, the spike's starting to come back over. Instead, it's Peril doing the drone over towards C. That's the attempt at pulling any sort of rotations, but instead, Balls just run it down C, collect one, know exactly where the remaining players of Lag are.
30 seconds left.
But now, 2 left for Input Lag Enjoyers. Now, again, with the neural theft, information available to them, so darting towards this A site. Some Cypher utility available to them, so even if they end up there, it's going to be a hard task. They realize already that they are rough for time, and if there was an A-site player, it could have made it impossible for these rifles to be recovered. So there you go, decision made for those guns to be saved, and Balls will be very happy with now being able to chain a few rounds together.
Yeah, a couple of big rounds. Just having a moment to look at the ults available for a couple of the players. I know they have some available for Lag, but for the side of Never, going to have those Blaze Storms. Should be able to foster a buy. Yeah, there you go. See Never dropping the weapon over on towards Pretty, going to be playing for those Blaze Storms, and we saw how impactful he was able to be with those, even if they were through smoke shots. But closer, getting his operator out. Solo task with C, which means the rotations for Balls can be heavy over towards A, and especially with the Cypher setup. Walking into a kill trip towards site might not be fun.
I mean, Never's attempt on the Blades did start this comeback from Input Lag Enjoyers, right? After being 4-0 down. I want to see how these Blades evolve into this game and how it sets up Input Lag Enjoyers for the rest of this match. So far, not able to really spot anybody out. Balls have a clear idea, a nice picture that this is a site where they're going to be hit. Never has already taken a lot of damage, but thankfully for him, Fezes has been able to find ahead and give his team the numbers advantage. Neural theft available for Rare. If they get a pick, that could be everything for this retake, but without it, that would be trouble. Paranoia ready, and Kolosha ready to run through as well. If he gets a kill here, an overdrive could be put in place. That's exactly what he's going to be trying to do, but Fezes closes up the distance and denies that opportunity. 3 to Fezes' name already, and Troisy with an operator in hand has no chances crossing into that site unscathed. Brilliantly held there from Input Lag Enjoyers, and it all comes down to Fezes' brilliance.
It feels like the Omen players on both sides have had their moments already in this match. And it's the adaptation, or the adjustment, sorry, from the players funneling towards in from CT, the adjustment up into Heaven, and it really does lock Balls out of that round, especially since Troisy offers up his Vandal to Closure on that entry just so he can go in fast, be able to get through a couple of kills to put the numbers back in favor of the Ukrainian side. But it doesn't necessarily work out, and even expended an ultimate of their own. Timeout. Because they're not happy with how it's been going so far. They've only managed to put 2 rounds to their name on this defensive side. With another investment coming through into this operator that was saved over. An opportunity to do some damage, put it in the right place, because a lot of this time Kalusha's been on that retake with that weapon.
This is lining up to be a very close game. And for Balls, I think a little bit more important as well. This is their own map pick, after all. Remember that. And going into Icebox, that is an unknown territory. Sure, you know what you've got prepared coming into it, but your opponents don't. But you also don't know what your opponents rather, have got ready. Not parents. I feel like that's some just trauma speaking there. Thinking about your parents being opponents. I don't know. Some some therapy might be needed after this one, folks. Either way, though, again, important times for Balls. They have to get back into this, and they know this. Timeout taken for that reason, and now Input Lag Enjoyers looking to go fast towards B. Kolosha with the operator, a good position for him to hold. As soon as he spots out anyone, will try and get this kill going for him. misses. That's a big shot to miss. So Input Lag enjoys with space control, potential for them to get the spike down. Fez finds a gap towards the back of the site and is continuously putting more pressure. Oh dear me. Neural Theft available for Boars, giving a chance for Kolosha to swing in and out. As another tag comes through, so you know Hassan is trying to look to go deep. Javelin wants to interrupt, and he's finding perfect success off the back of that. Triple for Javelin. Rolling Thunder unlocked for the next ones, and Boars right back into this fight.
Yeah, great conversion off the back of that timeout. And just coming into this round, it was such a key pick from the side of Boars just to get the neural theft out, available information to know that everyone from Lag is stuck in towards that B site, unable to cross out into main because you know Kolosha's there without operator holding the angles. Same goes, they try to fight over towards A-Link, but Rhea is there instead. And sure, not necessarily the one that picks up all the kills, but definitely going to feel the impact in that one in regards to utility. Javelin, though, like you said, Rolling Thunder online, it's even been able to pick up the operator. So looking for Kolosha to do something aggressive over towards Garage. Finds no one.
Never looking to dash over the trips, and he's actually been successful with that. There's still one in front of him, but he's going to be looking to break. But Boars, again, being able to move in so quickly is really, really important. Kolosha is paranoid, so the Rolling Thunder, I don't think they'll be able to capitalize off the back of it. Some random pot shots through the smokes do find some kills, but is that quite enough? With spike planted, Input Laggers can chill out a little bit. Hassan will wanting to take the fight head on, but it does get punished. On the spike defusal duties, Kolosha goes. Recon to the center of that smoke, landing onto Kolosha. Fez's triple kill to his name. A lot to be done here, but way too many corners to think about. Input Lag enjoyers with just one player remaining. 31 points of damage is the difference in that round, putting Input Lag enjoyers on top.
Pez's has just been an absolute menace though this entire half, and even then being able to use the from the shadows up in towards heaven, knows that he doesn't necessarily have to peek, relying on his teammate Pyro over towards long, sending the reveal onto the spike itself to stop the defuse, and then he's able to act off the back of that information, and it's an instant answer back for Lag enjoyers off the round that Boars were finally able to get onto the board. No streak of rounds available to them, but a little bit of a streak of aggression for Kolosha in the last couple. Pushed out Garage in the previous, pushed deep up long in this one. Oh, this is a committed position from Ray.
But there is a quick collapse from Input Lag enjoyers into Garage, and it's given them an entry towards C. Boars have got to wait for Kolosha to arrive. Sure, it's a Neon, so could quickly arrive, but it does buy time for Input Lag enjoyers to get into the post-plant defensive positions, and that's exactly what they do. Every single one of them in Cubby, Long, no one pressuring their backside. Sure, Kolosha could get there soon, but you don't have much time, and you definitely don't have time to be diligent about looking at every single corner. Fez is going around. Kolosha better win that 1v1. Rare on his attempt to enter into the side does a lot of jobs correctly. Rolling Thunder comes in right on time, but it still doesn't net them any frags. Balls so damn clean. Secure this retake. And honestly, I don't know how those kills went untraded.
Just too much pressure from Kolosha in the back lines. Sure, they want to turn their heads and fight towards the player that's disrupting this post plant, and a relatively strong one at that. They had all the players over towards C-Long. You can't necessarily cycle smokes from Trozy because he was already down for the count. The only way back into that for Boars was to fight it, and that's where you see Kolosha coming on the flank. But it was so much pressure that other players like Never Fear and Javelin were putting initially on that fight from long, that it kept Input Lag enjoyers' attentions up that longer angle and allowed for Kolosha to get away with bloody murder towards the lobby position.
It's put Input Lag enjoyers in a world of hurt. I mean, looking at the bank statements, not doing great. Only Pyro can maybe be the helper here and provide some assistance Arsenal-wise. But it seems that one of the players have some internet issues, and therefore technical pause has to be taken to make sure everyone has the same advantages as everybody else. Of course, it's a very important game, and you don't really want to have anybody with any lags or frame drops or any packet losses. You want to make sure your internet is running nicely. So hopefully this is just a matter of resetting a router. But again, a crucial round for Balls to win. Perfectly timed after their own timeout. They knew it was vital for them to get this one going. And now have an opportunity to be first on map point.
And just looking at money for the side of Input Lag and Jones, this is also going to be a conversation for them, right? Pyro should be able to drop over towards a teammate. They can scrape together a buy. But at the same time, it's the implications that we'll have. Should they scrape together a buy here, force up into round 23, lose it? Especially when you can see Kolosha's already got that outlaw out, knowing about the money situation for Lag. They might just consider conceding this one, or at least in regards to money, they're not going to go for the full investment into this one. Maybe a couple of hero rifles, depending on what Pyro can drop over. At the same time, it's not as if there's any ultimates that they can start to work up towards in this round in particular to make sure that they have online for the round 24 to force the overtime conversation if it even gets to that. Because again, I'm not counting them out on the eco if should they go for the sheriffs or a hero rifle, especially from what we've seen a couple of the players like Fezzes and never be able to pull out of their hats. But it's definitely looking for Balls to be in prime position to get up onto 12.
Yeah, I mean, in moments like this, you've got a decision to make, right? You want the risky route or the less riskier route, right? And you need to weigh the pros of cons of those, right? And look, in this moment in time, taking the riskier route might provide you the opportunity to close things out before overtime ever becomes a thing, but it's less likely. And the less riskier route, which is saving a round, will give you a better chance a couple rounds in the future, but then you have to make it work on overtime. So yeah, pros and cons to both. In my eyes, the less risky route is needed here.
You wouldn't risk it for a chocolate biscuit? You'd save.
Oh, for a chocolate biscuit?
No one told me this was about
chocolate biscuits.
Exactly. There's a chocolate biscuit on the line.
I thought it was about thousands of dollars and qualification to challenges EMEA and Ascension. Oh, my bad.
No,
if it's with chocolate biscuits, I'll risk it every day.
I mean, we're not at match point just yet, or playoffs point. We're on the first map, Pavlos. It's just for a chocolate biscuit in this one. But like you said, the stakes can start to ramp up very quickly for these teams. We touched on it in the pre-show of if these teams don't necessarily win it out here, there's not that much for them to playing until we're talking about the 2026 season coming back up online. Obviously, you have a couple of off-season events, but it's not the coup de grace of VCL, of being in that sort of grassroots scene, because Balls are the literal perfect explanation of what you can do in Valorant. Premier team, get to the East qualifiers, get to the lower Swiss, into the upper Swiss, now a chance to make playoffs, and it is that sort of funneling in through the systems of the game to the opportunity to be in Berlin, in EMEA, on that stage.
It's a dream for many of these players, right? Many.
You don't dream about being on the EMEA stage playing, winning a 1v5, in another life, man. Even as a...
Have the crowd cheering your name and Twitch chat saying W, this person.
Nice shots. What do you mean this person? You don't know your own name.
Nah, man. Maybe my name is this person. Either way, we do have comms, by the way, that it seems the player has now joined comms and is now as well ready to get things going. Nicely timed. Awesome. Didn't take it that long. And now for serious business. Hero rifle duties on Pyro. The rest of them, sheriffs, a stinger onto Never. Oh boy. This is it.
They're not risking it for the chocolate biscuit, man. But Pyro, sure, the hero rifle.
Hasn't been the peak performer so far in this series. But maybe this is a moment to shine.
Oh, he's the
Kalosha
perfect
spots
person.
out presence early on towards B, while the rest of Input Lag Enjoys try and poke and prod in C. This could be a crunch on Rare, but he still has a lot of util to work around with, but no trap will stop those bullets approaching his head. Again, Pyro making it work with the Vandal, but Kalosha closing up the distance really doesn't give Hassan a chance. And with 10 points of health remaining, Pyro knows the spike is in enemy hands. And a really rough situation to be in. Obviously, this is why you took the safer route to be able to buy the next round, but Bulls inevitably will be finding themselves on a 12th round here, Summer.
And even though Pyro was the perfect person to take the initial fight against Kalosha towards mid, only one with full shields doesn't really pay back towards the end. 10 HP. Sure, he picks up one onto Never Fear, but it's a 1v3. Spike down. Kalosha with a shorty.
Left.
It should just be a formality at this point.
And if you're bored, you don't care being spotted by the recon either.
I mean, hey.
It's just intimidation right now.
Yeah, you spot us. Come fight us. Come peek me. I have a shorty. I know you're 10 HP, but no, it's not going to be down for that case. And even if Pyro was to fall, they do have money to reinvest. That was the whole point of this hero rifle. He was the only one able to do it. Dropped a couple of sheriffs over shore for his teammates. Doesn't really matter what you can do for that one. They didn't risk it for the biscuit, and instead they're gonna have the buy coming into this one. That's the most important thing for Lag Enjoyers, is that they still have another chance, and they're even gonna be using their timeout just to fine-tune things.
Fine-tune things, lay out the plan, get in the right headspace, because a moment ago, Bulls did the exact same thing, right? A couple of rounds ago, when Input Lag Enjoyers seemed to have a bit of a streak, and it was now or never to kind of corrupt their economy, and let's be honest, it worked. Sure, it was a little bit of a chaotic round. I have no idea how they were able to win with 4 players alive, but that's the end of that, right? It's the round score that matters in the end, and Input Lag Enjoyers looking to do the same here. Full focus on, I wonder what kind of speech is going on behind the scenes, but this is about the plan, the layout, the execution, and the headspace.
Bulls have had some coaching by some pretty big names in the scene, not actively anymore, but they're still going to have that in mind when it comes down to the pressure of situations. And at least they get a little bit of a chance of a breather as well. Let it sink in that they are on that match point. Formulate what their plan will be into this one. Kalosha's ult to work with, close to Never Fear, same goes for Ray. It could be a massive tide turner in this round. And heavy committal over towards this A fight. 4 bodies on the line. They're able to deter Lag Enjoyers from even crossing the threshold.
Input Lag Enjoyers maneuvering now closer and closer to B. No one initially there to contact, but both the links covered. Left side smoked, right side stunned. But neither of the sides have netted a kill yet for Input Lag Enjoyers. The spike attempted to go down to bait out the Hunter's Fury. The bait is successful, but now you've got to wonder, when do you check your back lines? Have a look at Kalosha's position, tempted to walk out of double doors, but at the same time, you've also got the likes of Pyro at a further distance to come in when he is needed. 3 players on site, so multiple levers for Bulls to clear. Fez is able to find the first one, Pretty as well. Input Lag Enjoyers are making this one look clean, but not for long, as there's a bit of a fight back now for Bulls as they start to close up the distance. Now Pyro joins in and helps Pretty out in this defense. Stun, catches 2, that's big delay, it's gonna slow them down, but Javelin, the only one not affected, goes right in. Rare also successful with his pick. It all looked so damn good for Input Lag Enjoyers, but no cigar by the end. Instead, it's Bulls to secure their home ground pick. And now, second map required for Input Lag Enjoyers to keep their hopes alive for playoffs. Otherwise, it's Bulls to make their way into the top 8.
Yeah, and the fact that that retake started off so poor for the side of Boars, right? They lose the first 2 initial picks, but somehow they get the one that they need. Ray gets that kill, gets the neural theft online, and it's just a slippery slope from there for Lag Enjoyers. But like you said, it is just the first map, and that was Boars' map pick. And moving on to Icebox, it's somewhere that Lag should be a little bit more comfortable on, although we haven't necessarily seen what either of those two teams are going to bring. But bringing it back into this match itself, honestly, I was super impressed with Javelin in regards to the utility and how he was able to assist not only Closure but the rest of his teammates as well in regards to the delay that was possible on that attack side, and also on the retake utility that we saw not necessarily as successful. They did struggle a little bit more on that defensive side, but Javelin was definitely a key player.
Indeed, indeed. There were a couple of moments that they really stepped up, but overall, it is Closure to top the charts in regards to frags. Go figure, really. Honestly, Bulls have done a splendid job the past couple of days. Not quite enough against Enterprise, but one step closer to do it here against Input Lag Enjoyers. So many moments to celebrate, but not quite the time to do that just yet, right? One more map required for them to get them across the line. For Input Lag Enjoyers, I feel though, positives can be taken from this, right? Positives can be taken from the fact that they had a good comeback at the start, kept close with Boars, albeit being their pick, and them having a pretty good streak on this map as of so far, and their map is coming up next, so this could actually be a good turn of results for them, right?
Yeah, I don't think we've settled any of the best matches that we've seen for the qualifications into O's, so it almost feels inevitability to see the third map, but it is something that's going to be the pressure onto Input Lag Enjoyers. It is going to be their map pick up next, but we will be back with Icebox after a short break. Go hydrate, guys.
make a life for myself. Been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. If I get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they could tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make him reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This for sure, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell.
Icebox time, baby, here for the Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast second map, and it's Input Lag enjoys his turn to see if they've got some fight back in them. On some unknown territory, Bora's currently leading the charge, 1-0 with a 13-11 score on Haven. Very close game. If you haven't watched it, you've missed out a lot. But hopefully, Icebox could potentially take us to a third one. Sunset, right, where things could even get more exciting there.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Pavlos. We're only just getting into Icebox, and
you're right.
It is something we haven't seen from either of these teams yet this split, so it's a little bit of a new look on these comps. Input Lag and Joyous rolling back the years, getting that double duelist. Fighters on the Reyna. We saw how impactful they could be on the Omen, and especially if you can put up stats like that on the controller. Imagine what you could do on the Reyna. That's going to be something Bulls are going to have to be wary of coming into this one, but other than that, it's giving very 20, 21, 22 comps. Nothing crazy bringing out. There's no geckos or anything that we've come to love in the recent metas.
Yeah, indeed. OG metas, to be honest. No harbors, no geckos, none of that business.
But double controller.
Yeah. It's just the good old tried and tested, to be honest. And yeah, taking it simple, there's a lot that we could see here. But for now, Input Lag and Joyers need to make sure this map goes their way if they want their hopes in Samsung Odyssey's Challengers Northeast to stay alive. If they can make it to playoffs, that is. Bulls, on the other hand, one map only needed, and their spot in the top 8 is locked.
I'll always be a fan of a team that runs Omen on Icebox, I won't lie. We're even
yeah, but it's already cold in Icebox. Why would you need a fan? I'm sorry,
ignore that one.
That was terrible. That was terrible, but we got it out of the way. All right, Bulls enter the A site, and not too much commotion. Input lag enjoys a lot of respect shown. Thing is, they're also waiting for that back flank. 2 players strong, actually. Both Fezes and Pyros hold hands throughout this, and it hasn't really needed much for Input lag enjoys to find the advantage. One pick has already gone their way, and Rare, with not much health left on him, has got to deal with 2 different angles. Wait, what? Blink and you miss it, and Bulls have destroyed everybody trying to enter A from the traditional route. Pyro is in trouble. Positives, Toysy is low. Negatives, everyone is everywhere in every single position possible. And Bulls take over round number 1.
Actually, they went over towards B. Not every single position possible.
Come on. Right. Is this the dynamic of this cast?
You started it. You started it with the fan.
That is my fault. But you are continuing it, so.
Do you know what? You started it, but I'll finish it.
Sure.
Balls,
Okay.
another pistol on the board, okay? Balls, pistol kings, I feel like, coming into the most recent matches that we've watched. And it's another little bit of a boost to the economy. And like you said, blink and you miss it. A bunch of kills managed to happen over to the initial retake as we were focusing on the flank. Not as impactful as Lag and Joyce were hoping to make it. But with the pistols into this one, Sheriff on Pretty hoping to be some sort of impact, but oh, getting a bit messy.
Yeah, a little bit too messy for the likings of Bulls. They've already lost a couple of players, but they already got the spike down, right? So that's what they needed.
They can't let them get these Vandals. Yeah, you have to fight forward for that.
And that's exactly what Bulls are doing. Well aware of the current situation. And Hassan, 13 points of health, only will not be enough. Did get a right click across, but never fear decided, you got a classic, I want to show you that I can shoot mine as well. 2-0 for Bulls follow-up, guaranteed.
Okay, at least they were able to get those Vandals back up off the floor. Started to get a little bit scary when there was the possibility of them being able to cross over towards danger, pick them up, and then it's like, oh, what could it be? But instead, they survive. A couple of investments of Sheriffs to beef up the weapons saved over from the previous, and looking at Kolosha's money, the fact that they're not necessarily dropping another rifle over. I'm expecting an operator early out for the Jet player on the attack.
Cloudburst for Never to keep himself alive, finding himself a little bit more deep into the site, actually. Good recovery onto Kolosha. And already Bulls may find difficulties having a 2-player disadvantage, especially when Pretty is feeling himself and landing heads like that. Rare. I love the effort. I love the superhero landing. The idea behind it was great, but the weapon less than optimal, and the execution even less so.
This is a lovely adjustment.
On target.
A little bit of a cleanup for Pretty towards the end. But otherwise, for the side of Bulls, not too heavy investments in. I was going to actually expect Kolosha to bring in the operator early into this one. But instead, just opts to have the extra cash in the bank going forward, build up a little bit of personal economy.
Cover going out.
Again, an adjustment coming in from Lag, sending 3 players over towards B, and also Fez is wandering. Pretty has to respect this. The time that they're taking to clear sight, the rotates are starting to come in, and again, Fez on this rank is going to be an issue.
Yeah, but will it matter as much? It's the repeat of the pistol round, but this time with just a singular lurker and a full set of rifles to boot on every single one of these players. Shot that landing directly on Kolosha's back. Full damage from that one. Troyzy moving from the other side of the toxic screen to avoid the recon, but in the meantime is in line of fire for Hassan to collect. Really rough for Bulls right now. They're struggling to keep their players alive, a high-low, which Rare cannot quite deal with, especially when Hassan weaves his way into action. So input laggers square things up instantly, don't allow Bulls to get right back into action, and may have put their opponents in a bit of a difficult point.
Yeah, that pose plan gets a little bit awkward for Balls. I think that's fair to say, in the sense of, sure, Closure doesn't even get an opportunity to fight through, low HP, gets shock darted out, and then it's the utility from Pretty, that recon, just forcing those unfavorable fights for the players over towards Jenny or up on top of 410. Especially with the threat of the flank, especially if Fez's steps being cured by a Ray. Worried about that position, forces Neverfear to think he has to go above and beyond, which realistically he had to in that 2v5.
The thing about running a Stingers round is that you don't have much to lose, and therefore this fight could have a hint of more bravado. Pyro having a high ground favors them, but it's not without the fight back. Kalosha finds a Vandal and uses it nicely, but only for just the one. Space created for the spike plant. That's not too bad of an endeavor, and Troisy recovers the Vandal. Back for his team, could do the team wonders. Fezes jumps the gun though, and that causes Input Lag and Joyous to be disjointed in approach. Rare is now in a 1v1, an opportunity to create a thrifty opportunity for Boars. Pyro goes around, keeps his movement silent, and I think just avoids Rare's sightline.
This is a great reposition.
Indeed. And chooses the classic to be the gun of choice. Spike touched, but Pyro ready for it. Rare not quite aware of what corner Pyro could be hiding in. It was the wider stance that catches his opponent off guard. Very damaging for Input Lag and Joyous, but Balls got so close to winning that round.
Oh, what could it be if he just kept walking, wrapping around towards Jenny? No opportunity to reload or get a secondary weapon without notifying Pyro. This is a classic in the clutch. And a third round now, lead taken by Lag and Operator out. It was something that got them back into the game on Haven, or at least made the end of the first half competitive, the sheer effect that they were able to get with this Operator. But with the fast push over towards mid, it's going straight into CrossFit. Viper's kit gets put down as well, and it's again, they're just stuck in no man's land. Spike over towards main on its own.
Troisy was a little bit noisy though, so Never will be turning in his direction and calls Pyro out to help him. Input Lag and Joy is very well coordinated here. Apart from this, Javelin has just given his team an opportunity. Pyro knows he can't quite stay in the Viper's pit forever and needs to take care of Rare, but uses his ultimate again for cover. Javelin, this is not your ult, but still uses it to his advantage. Never fear, the only piece of the puzzle left for Balls. At least Input Laggers don't have a clear picture of where he is, but now with putting the spike down, it's definitely illustrated an area in which he could be in. Hunter's Fury available to him, a couple of shock darts as well. But Input Laggers have a lockdown available and instantly utilize it. Never fear, there's a corner he can work in behind yellow and he knows it. That recon will also make sure of his angle. No way. Deals with one, repositions for the second. Absolutely superb from Never Fear. Balls right back on track.
Oh, that was nasty, especially when he makes the decision not to play far back with the ultimate, because the time wasn't in his favor. Same goes for Numbers. Plays towards the pocket. Gets rid of the shock dart. This is the adjustment back. That's the real kicker onto Pretty. Now coming into this one, a little bit of a lack of weaponry, at least for the saver player of Lag. And for Balls, they have all the ultimates possible.
It's first spot for Troisy though. Fez's attempt to get that orb doesn't quite work out for him. Kalosha sees it just walking out to headshot connect. Oh, sliding through the air. Floating like a feather. That bullet, not very feather-like, is it? That blade.
You had the perfect opportunity to do it. And he was a fairy.
Little fairy, beautiful butterfly.
Oh, don't tell me you don't understand the reference.
I brought up with another reference there. Did you get that one?
Not as old as you, Pavlos. I'm not as old as you, Pavlos.
Well,
Yeah, it's a little bit of a formality in this one.
I don't know what to be more disappointed about. Input lag enjoy is not quite making this one work, especially with good positioning early, or our sort of reference battle here and being called boomer a couple times this broadcast. Yeah, it's a bit of a lose-lose situation here.
Hey, it was the first time on broadcast. Maybe not the first time of the day.
Yeah, true.
Nobody has to know how old you are, Pavlo, so it's okay.
Wow. I'm just 25, man. That's not even old. It's closer to 30 than 20, I know, but it's not old.
Closer to 50.
I feel like I'm getting angry here. I need to relax. Damn. Way too much energy.
It's okay. It's the age. It's fine. But coming into this one,
God.
is the youngsters of course that are starting to find their footing and stabilize into this one, even off the aggression that Lag wants to meet them with. It's Kalosha that's doing the heavy lifting for them into this one.
It's not just heavy lifting. He's moving rocks, boulders, buildings, and doing everything possible to get balls right back into this. Kalosha is nuts. Input lag enjoy is nearly created a crisis there for balls. But averted by Kalosha. Hassan, it's hard to imagine he can bring his team back into this after what Kalosha did. And look, to begin with, Input lag enjoys had no right to be competitive, but I feel like replays are necessary for this one.
Yes, this initial aggression coming in from Lag, and sure, they're able to get the first couple of kills, but they have to extend so deep to get them, especially peeking around into the sort of where the zip wire goes up, and it meant that Kalosha was able to capitalize on their retreat, especially. And yeah, for the side of boards, it's not the cleanest round, but it's a round nonetheless. Now back out onto the operator for Pretty. For Never, sorry, and Pretty in support. Couple of pieces of utility, they've already backed off.
Yeah, and Input lag and Giants are bolstering up the defense even heavier. So if I was Balls, I'd be a little bit concerned. Pixel spotted, so Pretty's no more. Fez is unable to do anything here. Input lag enjoyers. I'm just gonna call them input laggers from now on. I feel like they're out of this round already. They've already waved that white flag and said, goodbye. We're having none of this. Have that sight. Enjoy it. There's a pie there. Eat that, but leave us alone.
Yeah, and fortunately they are able to keep that operator into play, especially with Never holding this one into the next. But they had 3 players from Lag over towards that main. They went aggressive. You can even see the pings of where they were trying to get a line of sight or trying to get an early pick for Never. But the utility from Balls is honestly on point. You get the reveal, you get the TP coming in from Trozy, even the drone as well. And there wasn't much for Lag to do in regards to sticking around, because it would mean that they were going to be revealed by the utility. They were going to be suffering of their position being revealed. And you saw how awkward it got for them as the hit started to come through. There was no really safe place on site because Balls were putting a lot of pressure on those initial defenders that Never had to hightail it out of there, keep that operator into the next round because the money's not there. It's a massive investment to keep on the boards. And with the impact that we've seen that it can have, if the right opportunities present themselves, but at the moment Balls are sort of deadlock on this in regards to the approach. Not giving any sort of crack in their armor for Never to exploit.
Fezis. First blood for him. Gets out of dodge. But this is an opportunity you can go a little bit deep, and I think he knows it. Especially with the chaos caused by the Hunter's Fury. The timing of that peek through the toxic screen was immaculate. Pretty backs it up with a kill of his own. That's more like it for input lag enjoyers. And with a couple of players that they have that made players before that have been Challengers EMEA, Challengers Northeast, runners up, and sure, Challengers EMEA representatives, but other than that, they know they are in a situation where they could be knocked out, and they don't want that sticking around and not a hint of damage taken by any of Input lag enjoyers players so far. Rare and Never Fear left in the 2v5, and with Never Fear losing his life, Rare has done something incredible. Maybe 1v2 is doable. He's got 30 seconds to work with.
30
The
seconds
spike in his hands. And the opportunity to run to B. Surely not, right, Summer? Surely he doesn't have the time.
But he will be here. Fezes will hear this, so there shouldn't be any time. Never will be there, but if he hits a shot onto Never, maybe. But still, the time.
10 seconds left.
Never just has to put his life on the line. Deny this plan. Maybe
he's not
pick
gonna
up
be
a
ready
kill
this.
for himself as well.
Okay, all right.
I mean, for the fact that we were looking at that situation of, oh, great, like I haven't even taken any sort of damage. And then we
Red did
come
this.
into this. Yeah, Red did not want his team going quietly into the night. Sure, round loss. Great with Stan from Lag in regards to the site hit, shutting it down early, especially with aggressive peaks coming in from Fezes, but got a little bit interesting towards the end. What might have been if there was a little bit more time.
I feel like Red deserves a nice try. Pat on the back, high five.
That's a good damage.
That is
sort of
solid damage, and I think it's emotional damage for Impelag and Joyce, right? Knowing that even if you have good rounds, you can never underestimate balls, and always have got to keep that extra eye out for any play like that. Never. Not quite connection on the recon, but the smoke shall give him the cover needed. Javelin wins the 1v1 against the operator. That's good stuff for balls as they find their way onto B.
Welcome to my world.
And even in Viper's Pit being invested, they have to worry the fact that all of the Lag players are here. Even with the turret still up over towards Kitchen, there's less stress on the flank. All eyes forward.
They just freeze. Not hands up freeze, but hold place.
Well, it has managed to entice Pyro back to A.
Recon broken instantly, so it's not like it's giving you too much information, and they're looking to take backside control, which Input Lag and Joys have plenty of themselves. Kolosha, he's nearly burning up alive through the acid, through the vapors, and in the vapors he actually will fall. Javelin can't quite hold on. Maybe balls lost in the source there. Over-aggressing into enemy territory did not quite work out for them.
Anyone have funds to spare?
One more opportunity for both balls to hold on to this lead that they've been able to mount themselves, but for Input Lag and Joyous to equalize going into the second half. I'm sure a 6-6 scoreline is going to suit them nicely with a double duelist switching onto the attacking sides. Aggression.
Oh, Pyro. No one's looking.
I don't think they know.
Brilliant first shot. And Pretty is also distracting from below. So Input Lag and Joy is 2 picks to boot. As good as it gets.
And it's a little bit of adaptations that Lag were able to do. They do deal with the initial utility balls we're putting over towards A, the Nano Swarm, the Arrow, and allows them to sneak into position.
Where have I seen this before? Rare and one other player alive 2v5, 2v4. This time Troisy finds the first pick, and you can never count Rare out, and now he's heading towards
Heading with a
Kitchen.
spike.
They can't see him though. They don't know he's crossed here.
But Hassan knows that there is a gap. Sure, you have the turret over towards Long. Already losing your alarm bot over towards Kitchen. And no control over towards mid. It might just be a timing peak, and it is, and that's the spike down. Trozy, can he make a case into this one like we saw Ray making his?
Nah. Sorry, not a believer in this one, Summer. Not with 24 seconds on the clock and everybody in his line of sight. 6-6 being the score at the end of this half. Anyone's game still, but Balls the ones in the driver's seat with a map already in their pocket. even Steven jumping into the second half of this map. Balls leading the charts in terms of maps, but this is Input Lag Enjoyers' rather map pick. Their chance to snap back is now.
It all starts over towards a aggression from both sides. It seems at the moment only kills going in favor of Balls. Doubling down with Fear as well. And sure, triple sheriffs for the Balls on the defensive pistol. At least they're making good use of them.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Balls and pistols. They just really love giving themselves that early advantage. And to be honest, I'm all for it. I mean, it's a good lead to always have. Start things off with round ahead, or basically 2 rounds ahead, given the bonus you get after that. Either way, though, Input Lag Enjoyers want to make sure there is some way back in. Hassan helps out. Pretty finds one, but this puts Hassan in a 1v3, and that is not going to happen anytime soon, especially with players all around him. Balls, who would have thought? The pistol round goes to them.
They're starting another streak, Pavlos. I managed to get up to, what did we say, it was 8 previously? Sure, we might only be on 3 right now. A streak nonetheless is starting to form. And coming into this one, an investment of a Marshall onto Hassan, wanting to see if he can take those long range angles, especially over towards long on B, but not afforded the opportunity, and instead it's never that hits the ground.
Indeed.
Ooh, close to
If you
solo.
are Input Lag Enjoyers, though, you kind of hope that Hassan can get something done with a Marshall, but Javelin rushes past them without a care in the world. I guess it's Input Lag Enjoyers wanting to take backside control, but the fact that Balls had already so many players around was a bit too crazy. So there you go, 8 on the board.
I don't know where this second kill from Javelin came through. Okay, it was on Parallel. It was just coming through the wall as well. Gonna be gifted a second kill though. Sure, he'll take it. An issue coming into this for them, and no, obviously with Hassan forcing up that Marshall in the previous, wanting to do a bit of damage, he's going to be on towards that half shield. Same goes for Fezes. Kolosha still has that Outlaw out. And with the attentions being over towards 8, there's an opportunity for this gun to do a lot of damage.
Definitely is a chance. Troisy, though, is the one with first blood. Balls give themselves the front foot on the bonus.
Toxins going up.
And the smoke gets replenished. Aldro not quite spotting anyone just yet. I think Hassan may have been seen.
Especially now, with how they've been able to manipulate the rotates around this for the side of Balls. Mid still covered with relatively close by to come assist on towards A. B has Pyros. B has Javelin holding down this long. And even if Fezes wants to keep any sort of rotations over towards A, he needs to stay alive as long as possible, because as soon as he dies, there isn't any sort of follow-up back off it. B then becomes the main focal point for Balls to turn their attentions to.
30 seconds left.
Javelin just has to survive.
And he's going to try and keep players busy by killing them, apparently. Surely Balls realize now he's the only one here. But he's still taking heads. He's still taking players down with him. And even though Balls had the advantage, it no longer is the case. It's a 3v3 with Pretty closing up the distance. That's going to be a really difficult position to uncover for Balls. They're going to have to be really diligent with this one.
But look at Pyro's flank as well. Sure, the killshot utility is still up, but goes down as they just go out of range. Javelin is aware of Pretty's position, but Pyro is there in support. Now it starts to get complicated. Too many positions to clear out for the remainder of the players. And Short has an opportunity just to net a couple of kills, do some damage. But it's only 2 kills that balls are going to be afforded, and off the back of Fez's not only doing his job over towards A in regards to keeping the players here, he's managed to keep 4 of the balls players, but also once he was spotted, still able to take down 2 players and buy so much time for the rest of his teammates to get the spike down, for players like Pyro to get into positions to do that long wrap around in towards mid. Same goes for Pretty for his exploration over towards orange. Just a lot of space afforded to the lag enjoyer players, just based on the play from the Reyna.
Yeah, it would have been great for Balls to win that bonus, but the Fates didn't speak that way. Javelin, very aggressive positioning for him, but it looks like Balls will have to function without a Viper for the remainance of this round. Same could be said, though, for the Killjoy of the attacking side. Never, great opener, and the split into P is successful. Whether the hold is a different question.
It's the issue with losing orange phase so deep early on. Even if Troyes is able to get past Pretty, which he's not, he would still have to deal with Never.
But it's Never Fear now, looking to see if he can get some spice on the server. Sees where Pretty is, but that also reveals his position. Recon has to be broken and focuses back onto Fez's angle. Walks away before he could even be a target, but Pyro knows where to land his shots. So input lag enjoyers make this actually look very damn clean. Ooh. Decisive on their plan and critical and clinical on their execution.
Okay, Closure. So honestly, surviving here is insane. Twice adjustment over towards the kitchen angle. You just want to hope he survives again. Spiral, and he does.
Wow.
Not only survives, gets the kill, keeps the weapon, makes it costly for input lag enjoyers on that hunt, and no reward to even be found.
Yeah, definitely going to be pressuring input lag economies, sure. I mean, not this round, but maybe later on. Sure, it requires one of these players to drop something for Fezes. On the other hand, Boars have got something like a buy, but it's half shields for every single one of them and a Guardian for Netherfear.
Closure spotted out early on. Unable to connect the shots like in the previous. That's an easy invitation for lag enjoyers up in towards site.
And again, Boar's gonna relent here, give it all the space needed for input lag enjoyers to take. But this time around, looking like they're going to have all 5 players available to them. Never takes early damage from the Hunter's Fury, and it's the information Javelin needed to shut down his life. Kalosha also a great reply. You need to deal with Pretty, though. Troyes turns up to his position in time, leaving Pyro to himself. Looking at the positives, a Snakebite landed on the spike. And he could use the high ground to his advantage. A negative, though, there are 4 balls against him that are all going to have their eyes locked in on his potential positions. Therefore, round secured. Pyro will save the rifle, but Bulls back into the lead.
Now we start seeing the possible ramifications of the last few rounds and how costly they've been for flag enjoyers. A lot of players going to be in question as to whether they're able to reinvest into the next. Sure, if they're able to make a case for Never into this round, get the Blaze-Storms online, have a fail-safe. It's a massive round for both of these teams. Balls an opportunity to get 10, but lag, they need this round to stave off the reinvestments that were being required. And the unfulfilled reinvestments, really, into the next if they aren't able to convert this one. This is so aggressive.
The one way. That is so sneaky and not something you'd particularly expect. At least Pyro is able to counteract it, but I guess it's information for Balls.
This is the second time we've seen Javelin do this as this solo Viper, like, pushing through smokes, pushing into a B main, gets one. But that's all he'll be afforded. Here's the steps of Rue into kitchen.
Oh! Operator shot miss.
Okay.
But not the Guardian one from Pretty. Oh yeah, this man's decisive. This guy wants playoffs participation again, no matter what team he's on.
Never Fear has to go aggressive over towards A main. He's able to get one and spots out another 2 players. He's doubling it up. He might be doing it all for this team, but 2 might just be enough. And especially with the isolation over towards mid.
Oh, Pyro takes the safe route. Doesn't go for the default, therefore the down swarms don't affect him. Paranoia sidestepped. Troisy, though, is damn accurate on the swing. A bit of a Volvo peak, not quite Ferrari, but still a 9-8 turned into double digits now for Boars. Input lag had such a good chance there, but complete turnaround of events on that cross towards A.
Yeah, this is a nasty shot from Pretty, but it's the saver of the opposition that sort of doubles it down. And even in a situation where you're over towards A main there, what you really need is 2. Even just getting 1 and traded just makes it even more difficult for your team to come back into it. Less in man disadvantage, and also the fact that you haven't necessarily got a location on Pretty over towards mid. But the fact that they were able to get the double kill, you have 1 player mid, 1 player main. You can isolate Pretty over towards bracket. And turn your attentions to Pyro over towards site itself, but this time a little bit more of speed coming in from lag.
A little bit of hit, damage taken with the snake bites and nano swarms, but Javelin's pace is undeniably quick. And he also was able to use that momentum to land face onto 2 players. It doesn't feel like Impelag are getting anything out of this. Sure, they've sent in a Viper's Pit. Sure, they are given respect and control of certain areas of space, but it's all an illusion. Boars wait to move in together to take this head on, hand in hand. Hassan, no.
They haven't even got the spike down.
Behave. 45 seconds. Question marks now in Boars' minds if there is a rotate backwards. Javelin down to 60 points of health, but it's Pyro to put him to rest eventually.
You should run.
They're given opportunities.
30 seconds left.
And with the lockdown, they are creating even more.
Especially space. And with it being such a deep lockdown, you can't even play over towards that rafter position for a quick re-peek.
They've caught 1, so I wonder if that's a little bit of a bait for them to go looking.
They're not going to take it.
Nah. Surely they must know. Sneak peek angle for Pyro here behind the box. Hassan will be taking first contact, and it makes sense. He's the one with most health, but walking a little bit further inwards, you would have been a nice target for Kalosha. Pyro bites his time, and I feel his shoulder might have been visible. Kalosha now has the info available to him. Poison Cloud allows him to just drop back. Both Impelag and Joy players gets kills here, and it's down to Kalosha with not much health available to him. Hassan recalibrates onto his opponent. A triple kill for him, and the round secured.
And that's off the back of what, a 2v4, 2v5 at the bare minimum. You give the opportunities to the Lag and Joy players, they are going to take them. And that was a prime opportunity for Boards to start the closing of this map and possibly even the series, putting themselves up onto 12. Money issues for Lag. Now coming into this one, short, still an operator out for Kalosha, but he's the wrong side of the map. Fast rotating over, trying to support Javelin in this site hold.
Rare. He's got Timmy the Turret to help him out with info. Oh!
Is he with the second?
Is spicy. I think he may have. He's wary of the possibility of there being a second, and he accounts for it as well. A double kill to start things off for Boars. But the question is, can they secure it? Because they've had advantages in the past before. It's about locking the round in more than anything. Javelin pressured. He's got reinforcements by Rare behind him, he knows that, but he also doesn't want to overstep his welcome. Kalosha also considering closing up that distance, but they give Input Lag and Joyers all the space they need. Room for Javelin to move in, and double kill for him as well, as clean as it could get for Balls. finally bearing, well, eating the fruit of their labor and now extending the lead they've created.
And a bounce back like this is ever so important for the Ukrainian side, right? In the sense of you lose, you fumble the opportunity to get up to 11 in the previous and start to put a streak of rounds, build more confidence of losing a 5v2. It's fine if you can answer it back straight away with a flawless. It did seem throughout the whole round they had awareness of any antics the Interput Lag and Joyous were wanting to try, even if it was the double look over towards Kitchen. Or the push through on towards Orange. Again, pressure over towards mid early. Blaze Storm's out for Never and a hero rifle for Hassan. But pressure's going to be fast onto Ray.
Oh, it's Never though with first blood here. The blades work out nicely for him, and just like they did on Haven. Kalosha though has a great big gun and he knows how to use it. Javelin wanting to find a little bit more success like he did the previous round, and I feel like Input Lag and Joyous are the only way back into this by going in towards this ace site. Sure, there are nano swarms here, but a bit out of range.
Take 2 of converting a 4v2 lead. Split up opponents. Opportunity to isolate. Oh, the timing doesn't work in favor of Pretty. That was only the low HP player.
It's tough for Hassan because this is not a great angle to hold, especially when he knows players are coming in from main. But Troisy from CT is the first to exit, quick to find his opponent's head. This time, Input Lag and Joyous do not have a clutch in their pockets. And Bulls find themselves on map and series and qualification point.
And what better way to be on said match point than with 3 heavy hitting ultimates on this defensive side. You have the Viper's Pit from Javelin, who can lock down a site or can help in the retakes should they go to the opposite side. Ray, again, great for the retakes, especially if they can take Pretty off early in round, or if they can force out this Hunter Drew. Same goes for Never Fear, another Hunter Drew they can use to deny the plant, deny some space. So there's a lot available for Bulls right now. And Viper's Pit early out over towards A. Show a little bit of chip damage done by the nano swarms. Just feeling uneasy. And I mean, even with the Viper's Pit here, you still have Kalosha holding the elevated angles over towards Nest. And there's 2 players over towards mid as that fast rotate. Troix is sort of playing as this solo anchor, especially with the support of the Killjoy utility in mid, just to gain any information over towards B and then survive. That's the name of the game for him there. But with Lang exploring over towards mid, I have an opportunity.
Ooh. They peek. A double-sided peek, in fact, that both Rhett and Never Fear were ready for. This is not a good step in the right direction here for Input Lag and Joyous. And with the lockdown dropping to the center of the map limits their movement, having to go all the way around, the long way around towards A to assist Hassan, and he is isolated in the process. Catch-up duties for Pyral and Never. A 2v4 required to put Input Lag and Joyous back into the game. A tough situation to be in, but surrounded by Bulls. Troisy, a good TP. Off the back of the Paranoia, a double to boot, and a 13-9 will catapult Bulls into playoffs, making the way with the rest of the teams that qualified there already, and saying goodbye to Input Lag and Joyous.
Hey, maybe Bulls season, but they're not the hunted. They are the hunters in this one, especially closing it out in that 2-0 fashion. And sure, they got close yesterday against Enterprise, but they will finally book their ticket into playoffs. And in the fashion that they did it, it honestly is a cinema moment towards the end here of the series.
Oh yeah, I feel that's the case, 100%. And you've got to respect Impalak and Joya's, moments in that game and in the previous map, right? So many opportunities that they were on the back foot and found a way to, either be competitive or even, get those clutches, but it just wasn't enough. There are names in there like Pretty and Pyro that it just hurts my heart that they couldn't continue being in the rosters they were previously, but I'm glad we got to see them for yet another split compete at this level. Sure, with a different set of players around them, but it gives those newer players some extra experiences as well that I think they wouldn't have had otherwise. So, pros and cons. Either way, though, Boars is the team to make it into playoffs, and this all-Ukrainian roster continues to create upsets in, I wouldn't say if this would be a particular upset, but the past has definitely created some issues to teams they've been competing up against, and I can't wait to see them at that highly competitive level.
Yeah, I'm super impressed. I said it even yesterday when we were just after watching the first map against Enterprise, wanting to see them make it further and further, because it is the Cinderella run if you take into context of where they've started and where they might possibly end this season of Challengers Northeast. It's a compelling storyline to want to follow, want to root for. And I wouldn't even, like you said, I wouldn't even necessarily call them the underdogs, but on paper they should be, and yet they consistently stand up to some of the bigger names in this league, mainstay players that we've seen time and time again in different rosters, and yet it's them that's booking their way into playoffs.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard to, know whoever should be the victors and losers of this one coming into this series generally, right? It's hard to make those predictions given that there are players that we are accustomed to and know what they can do. But when you change an environment, when you change the org, when you change the players around you, it is a fine-tuned concoction that needs time to gel, and I feel for like the time Input Lag and Joys have had with this kind of newly iterized roster, they haven't done too bad of a job. But obviously, no, it was Balls to win. Any highlights from the series overall? Any players you kind of want to light, put some light on, I guess? I said it at the start of the series, I said it yesterday as well, Troisy has just been a consistent sort of little mini superstar for this roster. Again, not necessarily getting the best moments to shine on that controller, but being so consistent in getting a couple of multi-kills, whether it's 2 or 3Ks, and it really does stack up when you get towards the end of the series. One of the main players to go positive in the Enterprise game, I think he was something like +8 there, so I'm really excited to see how that player develops, not only through the course of going through the upper Swiss, of playing against a lot of different teams, but into playoffs as well. I think some of the teams that have already made it, that are waiting to see who the final teams that are qualifying, are definitely going to have an eye out on not only Balls, but onto Troisy especially. Indeed. I mean, for Balls, I feel like it was a long time coming. There is a lot of performances you can spot out through that lower Swiss, through the main Swiss, the teams they've been able to compete against, go toe-to-toe with, especially yesterday, the match against Enterprise. Again, I will say that wasn't the best look of Enterprise, but at the same time, that team is of such high caliber that even their floor is at a very high level, right? And Balls went toe-to-toe, took a map off of them, took them to overtimes, for goodness sake. So, a very well deserved win for them, for sure. But for Input Lag and Joy this is kind of the end of the story for them here in the Challengers League. Obviously, looking at the off season to, keep those reps up before the next opportunities arrive next year. But I feel like the fact that we were able to get a little bit of East in North has, is only enriched this experience for me personally, right? Seeing these players from that side of Europe getting to compete against, the other region that, let's be honest, when you mix two regions together, you mix the meta, right? You mix the style, and that sort of gameplay you only get to see in Challenger-like events, in Challenger EMEA-like events, Ascension. But for Northeast, we got to see a little bit more of that early, right?
Yeah, I think you talk about Northeast, it is just a blend of, sure, you have sort of the general meta, but again, in the sense of the way that East teams were playing a couple of years ago versus what then was Polaris, now that they have merged into Northeast, it is that sort of learning experience that a lot of teams don't necessarily get unless it's in scrims or if they're able to make their way to challenges. And all I'm saying is maybe this is why Enterprise won last challenges. They had an opportunity to learn off the mixture of teams in this region, and we keep saying it, it's a very close region in regards to not necessarily a coin flip, but how it's so hard to distinguish between a couple of the teams, especially how close they can be, and it really does come down to how they perform on the day. And unfortunately for Lag Enjoyers, it just wasn't their day today.
Indeed it wasn't. If you are still tuned in to the broadcast, folks, stick around with us before that break, because we do have an interview coming up next with Rare of Balls. The winner's interview, we'll get his thoughts shortly, and it seems like it is ready. So let's bring Rare on the broadcast and let's have a chat with them. Congrats on the win. Congrats on the playoffs qualification. Welcome to the broadcast, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to leave this open-ended for you. How did that game go for you in your eyes? Did it go easier than you expected, harder than you expected? Talk me through your thoughts.
Actually, for me, it felt a little bit harder than I expected, but overall, it was fine, I guess. Maybe we struggled a bit on the first map, but at the end, it ended up good for us. So I'm really proud of my boys for doing this.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be proud of. Obviously, you guys had started at the very beginning of making it into this tournament of coming in from Premier, right? You went through the East qualifier, lower Swiss, upper Swiss. Did at any moment when you were playing those Premier matches that you would expect to be in playoffs right now in the first split that you make it into those East qualifiers?
Actually, we expected to be in the upper Swiss at the start when we was formed roster. So, but like playoffs is a good bonus for us, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys have got a lot of talent. Like there are familiar names, and you guys have competed quite well up until this point. And you know, what was the thought process? You know, putting this roster together, going for this last split attempt. You know, obviously it is kind of last second, right? It is split 3. So what were your thoughts coming into this? What were your hopes and goals really forming this team?
That's a really good question, because we started playing together at the February, at the start of the year, and we really saw that we have a chance to compete in the second split, but we were not familiar with the new Premier system and how to qualify to the tier 2 actually. So we kind of lost a few months, and we had to be there at the split 2, but because of some circumstances we didn't make it there, and we were playing Premier instead. And I guess the hardest thing was to win the Premier, to be honest, because we were kind of close to lose it and not to qual even to the lower Swiss. We took top 4 on the Premier, if I'm not mistaken, and I guess the hardest matches were there as for now.
So what you're saying is Premier is harder than lower and upper Swiss at VCL level. That's crazy. Talking about VCL level, obviously you guys are making it into playoffs. The majority of the teams have been decided. Is there anyone there that you either want to meet or want to have a rematch against? I'm thinking sort of having a rematch against Enterprise, or if there's a team that you haven't necessarily yet had a chance to face in the upper Swiss bracket that you're hoping to get an opportunity to test yourself against.
I think we'd really like to have a rematch against the Enterprise. They're playing really great and showing the best performance in the league for sure. I really like their coach, their structure of the game, and it's really interesting to play against them. They're doing things with really, really good quality for the tier 2 team. I guess that's one of the best tier 2 team now. So them, and maybe someone like Fullbox. I want to play against my friend and ex-teammate Kayux again.
Yeah, that would be a cool rematch. I'd love to see that as well. But yeah, the permutations have yet to be decided with a few more teams left to qualify. But yeah, thank you for your time and thank you for your insights. It's been valuable and really nice to listen to as well. Nice to hear your voice and see you again. And yeah, best of luck in playoffs. I'm sure you'd enjoy a nice afternoon's rest after that match.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, that was Rare from Balls, everybody, giving us his thoughts on this game up until this point, forming the roster, and of course playoffs. So, coming out of that one, what was your favorite answer out of them all?
Oh, my favorite answer is the fact that they expected to be in the upper Swiss, just from this. Even when they were playing in Premier, that they knew. Do you know what? We've had this time, sure, they missed out on that split too because the circumstance of not really understanding Premier or how the sort of grassroots feed into it, but they've sort of checkmarked it as they've been going. They've been checkpointing every part of the way of how you make it into VCL and especially into playoffs. They've gone every single stage from the very beginning and well, almost to the very top of VCL Northeast, making it into playoffs. And I think that's I'm still focusing on that sort of storyline and the fact that they still had the confidence that they knew that they deserved to be at this level and that they could make it into Upper Swiss. And they've already exceeded expectations of making playoffs.
That's fair. That's fair. Indeed, they have. And with Boars making playoffs, it means there's only one spot remaining up for grabs. Only one spot that two teams have a chance to fight for. Input Lag Enjoyers versus Boars. Input Lag Enjoyers versus Boars has just taken place. But this last match remaining is got to be Twister Saint Esports versus Daddy Elise. That one last spot in playoffs is up for grabs. So I hope you guys don't miss it. Welcome back to the Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast, everybody. Like you remember, there is one spot left up for grabs here in playoffs and two teams hungry to be that team. My name is Pavlos, and with Summer, we will continue to break down the action, casting down everything that is about to happen. It's Twisted Saints Esports versus Dirty Elise.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. Obviously, Twisted Saints are a team that we've casted a little bit over the last couple of days and not necessarily in the best light. We've been casting the qualification games and they have been unsuccessful twice. So this is their final opportunity to close it out, but Dirty Elise are not going to let that chance to convert it either. But let's focus on Twisted Saints Esports. It's the combination of the sweet and sour Requiem boys that we are expecting to see them in the upper Swiss phase. They've had appearances in playoffs, but unless they can correct mistakes and wrongdoings of the past couple of best of threes, it might be an early exit for them in this one, but there's still the opportunity, right? And especially after hero plays that we've seen from a lot of the players, they can bring some rounds out of the hat like magicians. Same goes for comebacks, of being able to withstand the mental pressure in certain situations. It's just they need to get it over the line.
Yeah, I mean, all of these players described as players that have been dark horses, right? And sure, you've got a couple of new players, new faces to the challenger scene, such as Will, who has gone completely berserk, right? You got to give some examples to players that can absolutely pop off, and Will has definitely been that for this team many a times. But like you said, it hasn't been the smoothest ride. Sure, they went 2-0 quickly on the main Swiss stage, but every BO3 they played to qualify into playoffs did not go their way. But now, third time perhaps could be the charm, but it's not going to be an easy road to get there because their opponent is Dirty Elise.
Yeah, and again, sort of making the conversation about this roster, we've seen the name about in Split 2 and indeed some of the similar names from Split 1. But the newest additions, Maxim and Fraction, are starting to show their teeth, especially when we're looking at the impact I recall of Fraction being able to have on the operator in the past couple of matches, and especially from Maxim of just being a solid anchor on the Smokes player that we're seeing. It'll be an interesting matchup to see both these two teams up against each other, and obviously with the new additions, they're looking a little bit of a stronger Dirty Elise roster.
Sure. Yeah, and honestly, I'm looking at potential permutations here, and with Formulation being one of the top 2 seeds, Dirty Elise potentially being one of the lower 3 seeds, there is a potential Maxim could be playing up against his former team, right? And that would be really interesting to see if that indeed does end up happening. But Dirty Elise have made it to players before, a bit of a quiet time in Split 2 with a 2-3 score in the main Swiss stage, barely not making it there. So they've got a little bit of trauma in regards to that, and they're in the exact same position again to potentially make it out. So yeah, a really interesting matchup, some mainstays of the challenger scene all together, but it wouldn't be a series without its map, so we are looking at the veto right away. Sunset out of the equation, Corrode not to be seen. We see Twisted Saints Esports ban that out consistently throughout their BO3s. Do not want that to be played. Lotus picked up by Dirty Elise. That map seemed to be going really well for them well, actually no, it's been a little bit on their inconsistent side, so I'm actually a little bit surprised we're seeing it.
Yeah, but for the side of both these teams, Lotus is one of their most played maps, Sunset being the other one for Twisted Saints that is going to be taken off early by Dirty Elise, so it makes sense. Going into Haven, again, it is a confident map for Dirty Elise, so again, it feels like the first 2 maps of this series are relatively equal grounds in regards to it's nothing either of these teams hate to go to, and especially with Ascent at the end, this is something that Dirty Elise love to go for as well. It's the 3rd most picked after Lotus and Haven. I've written down the sort of maps that I'm expecting Dirty Elise to want. It literally goes in the order of Lotus, Haven, Ascent, so they're definitely going to be happy with this veto.
Sure, right, we're looking at most played for maps for Dirty Elise, but not the most successful ones. Short Ascent, I get it. You played against Metasport, you played against Enterprise, of course, you're going to lose against them. Well, not of course, but you're not going to have an easy time there. But for Lotus, for them to win their match against ESC Gaming, they required a 16-14. So maybe they'll have a better time this time around. Looking at the comps, standard mirror across the board. So it's about which team is able to make this composition work better than their opponent.
I'm just looking at the competitions for Destiny. I don't think there's a change. No, it's just it was from the changes that they've made from the lower Swiss into the upper. That was mainly the variations there. Yeah, you can see it is going to be a comfortable format for both these teams, right? Neither of them shy away from it, so I'm expecting a good game in towards this one. And again, I love the fact that we have double controller. Especially in this meta, the sense of a lot of stuff that has become viable, whether you want to run double initiator, double sentinel, double duelist, even when you're looking at maps like Haven, even with the Isuyaru. But I have to say, close to my heart is the double controller.
Well, it seems we have a game on our hands before the game even begins. This is the pick of Detti Elise, and every time they played at this split so far, they've gone over double digits per side. Could be a long one. Twisted Saints have also played this one a ton. No real big favorites when it comes to this veto. Everything and anything is up to grabs. Detti Elise start off on the defensive as Twisted Saints begin on the attack.
It's just a sole defender of Basher over towards C. Just going through the motions, dealing with a lot of the utility Yanto's trying to throw his way. There's only a little bit of pressure. And only 1 or 2 players being spotted.
I mean, truthfully enough, it's not just Yanto's utility though, right? Because Viti uses Paranoia, which is a really important piece for a potential retake.
But even off the back of that, no one from Detti Elise has moved, because there isn't the follow-up into Sports side, there isn't any sort of chip damage or even a kill onto Bastia. They're happy to stay in this 4 formation over towards A.
Yeah, you've got to consider there are VODs also in play, where teams last night preparing for who they could be playing up against. Evidence of what these teams like to go for.
Or Paranoia off this alarm bot.
And Deck will try and see if he can sneak past this. No, instead he cannot. Paranoia available for Viti. And it allows Fraction to get the quick collection as Twisted Saints convert their attention over towards C.
And it's crucial Bastia stays alive. Sure, they want to fight over towards CT, but they don't actually have the Paranoia to push us. They have to drag face into this.
But the one way is enough to separate Bastia from the rest of the team. And with Detti Elise's chance to cross through, it's not going to give them any favors going through a one-way like that. And therefore, Twisted Saints will come out of those exchanges. Maxim wanting to take matters to his own hands. Even though he's able to take one down with him, it's not going to be an easy affair with everyone appearing on his screen simultaneously. Sure, none isolates one, but Yanto to the side cleans up. Twisted Saints read the situation nicely and perform really well off the back of it.
Player standing.
Sure, you have the one way, but it's just slipping past just as they get on the line, the deeper line into the CT push. An isolation onto Bastia. Sure does a good job of staying alive and withstanding the initial pressure over towards C. And even after TSC lose the initial engagement over towards A into the trap play of the alarm bot, it's the restabilization of the CT fight. Similar sort of setup. Heavy lean over towards A. How is he not taking a single bit of damage?
Beats me.
Or at least he survives. Or at least for the side of Detti, at least they're happy he will be alive further into the round. But Bastia on his explorations over towards C, taken down, and a pathway for TSC to divert attentions into B.
Well, it's going to be a really tough one, though, for Detti Elise for sure. It's expected, obviously, classics. Eyes on Maxim, though, to try and lure attention in his direction as the rest of his team try to go in from their spawn. They're even delirious, right? You even want to make sure that your backside is also covered. Then again, spread out wide, a lot of positions you want to take. It doesn't look like that Elise are challenging. They don't want to give any ult orbs over to Twisted Saints. But indeed, Fractioned will go down to Yanto, and so does Kia. So, just like that, 2 points closer to Nightfall, just one away. Maxim goes up to the spike, and TSC 2-0.
You say not wanting to give those ult orbs away. Yanto just goes hunting. Oh, that is unfortunate. We didn't see it on the cast. You didn't have to show it, producers. You could have saved him. Didn't have to put Bastia on the spot, but it was only a classic. Didn't really mean much in the whole grand scheme of things. Every single player for TIC survived into that one, which means it's a little bit of a scary buy coming into this. Destiny at least want to go aggressive over towards C, especially with Kia having this position with the one-way. Has a teleport to get out, so the pressure become too much he can handle. Hang on, but none doesn't.
Ooh. That's a good early pick to get. Yanto low as well. Sure, Fractioned is too, but...
And it's a refresh on the one-way, which means they know that no one else has come through. They can start to divert their attentions and float these players back over towards A to assist. The same goes for the reposition of Fractioned, knowing that stairs is a gap currently.
Yeah, it was a question mark for them for a while. That's why Fraction moves there. Bastia holds down the line nicely. Headshot connecting, and Twisted Saints further behind by the second. Viti could be the answer, though. That's two picks to the good. Potentially to upgrade to a Vandal if he finds one nearby. But of course needs to take his time to make sure the space around him is clear.
All the
Tech
timing.
switches positions with his opponent. And as he drops, he'll be in for a treat. Not quite the treat he had in mind. Wait, none. Surely you know Deck is around, but sticks to the defuse anyway.
Your teammate's so far away. Now with Deck also putting the orb over towards the side, there's a snake bite available. There's still a way back into this for TSE.
There absolutely is. Like you said, snake bite will drop. Maneuvers around the poison orb. That is genius. Timmy the turret not looking at the right direction, but he just gets spotted. A slither of vision provided by Kia, and Detty Elise are able to clean that up.
Oh, I think it was just a sliver of elbow that Kia spotted as that smoke went down. But still, made a conversation.
Yeah.
I started to believe there was a possibility of seeing a third round conversion. But it's actually at least that pull it across the line in the 2v1. Now the investment comes in from TSE. You have Deck even invest in the Omen on the attacking side, looking to spam over towards A, and looking to collect a kill.
Instantly. Just like that. Casually. Walk in the park. Nothing to see here. In the meantime, want to take that advantage towards his left-hand side. Bastia caught in the corner. Prowler in his face. A bit too much to handle, honestly. And Luke is able to find him quickly. So 2 picks already, and Maxim in trouble. Paint Shills covering him with paint, but he's still dangerous and able to shoot back. 2 to his name and keeps things competitive for this repeat.
Still advantage to TSE for numbers, and especially with an Odin and a Postman, it can get a little bit worrying. With now Kia joining the fight.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
But Fractioned leaving it.
Those pre-fires, man. That Odin already finding an impact of total 2 kills first, and potentially last if Kia doesn't go down, but all does go down in the hands of Deck. Very much a scary factor here.
I don't think you're going to win that wall
I don't know if you want to
battle.
go through with spamming more there. You're right. You're not going to be winning that fight.
Well, it's a conversion on the rifle rounds, and off the brilliance of Deck, and then the ultimate of Yanta going in towards C. It'd be interesting to see how Desulis responds to this Odin that they've now been alerted to, because you probably don't necessarily want to go for any further A fights, or at least initially. Especially on the lower shielded, lower weapon buy. Probably be the worst place to go towards if you're expecting Deck to be there. Which she is.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Classic trap. Seas, paint shells, goodbye.
They want to get the rifle. Bree's going to be holded.
Oh, no. Whoa! 2 shots, 2 kills. Makes it look easy. And I'll be at the trap. I'll be the showstopper thrown out. It's Twisted Saints again in pole position here by a big margin.
Always a lovely set of utility though over towards main.
Sure.
Even sending here with the rifle ahead just in case it didn't necessarily get the kill with the C's nade. The only issue is they weren't able to deal with the follow-up.
Operator for Fractions. And time for Daddy Elise to bounce back. They are 4 rounds down now. 3 rounds in total, but it's been a bit of a drought of 2. Twisted Saints now starting to make their way towards A. Sure, they tease that left-hand side, and Daddy Elise know that their opponents are no longer there.
And at least no one's going to be suffering to the spans of Deck early on. But that's another thing, as you start to scale up, you're looking at spamming over towards box, through towards tree. Now with a showstopper online for Luca. Quick hit into sight doesn't feel off the cards, especially for the Rays.
The smoke thrown over to C is a bit of a flood smoke, and it spooks Kia out of position. Gains free space for Will, and Daddy leaves more question marks on the map now. Sure, Luca will be throwing paint shells here. No, he won't. 33 seconds on the clock, and you still have a choice to make. You can see the spike running as fast as possible towards C. Luca ends up falling down, but it sold it enough to keep 3 players busy here, actually 4, and even get Kia out of position. C can be taken for free.
But they still don't have the numbers. It's coming down to the post plan, especially the time that they have to get this. They can't let it be disturbed, and with the numbers flooding in all towards CT, they want to go for a fight, but the fight is not going to go in their favor.
Fraction was definitely ready for that one. Will gets caught out, and now on the back foot, Twisted Saints need to do some heavy lifting. Yantu wanting to be that player for his team, but thinks better of it, knowing that he no longer has the element of surprise. Vitty, back of the site, reveals his presence as well. Yanto gets caught. Oh dear, it's going awry. Vitty somehow saves the day for a little while, trying to sidestep with the TP, but the world closes in on him by the end. Detty Ulis finally break their silence.
Yanto is just stuck in a situation where nothing was going his way. They try to fight over towards CT. Will dies, is unable to capitalize off it, tries to go over towards Waterfall. Gets 2 players spotted out, but no commit up. Then he's stuck in this situation where they're flooding in from CT, flooding in from Waterfall, has no option but to commit to a fight in 1. Outnumbered in either one, whether it's 1-3 or 1-2 for Waterfall. Vitty puts his best foot forward, getting a quick little double kill. But with too many kills collected already for Desulis. So lockout in the round. Now, an exploration over towards A. Deck doesn't have the Odin, so Desulis feel a little bit more confident doing this.
Ooh, Luca, double kill.
Oh, maybe they shouldn't
is able to follow
be.
it up. Detty Elise wanted to create a trap play, but instead, who's trapped in with who? Huh? Answer that question. Luca shouts. That is brilliant movement from him. Even just peeks corners, scoping in, just because he can. He's crazy.
Oh, and it's great from TSC, right? It's the Luke smoke. Dak doesn't have the Odin. You can possibly find one of the Death Ulysse players that is baited into finding or revealing behind the wall, taking space. And they get gifted. 3 players wanted to explore down towards the A rubble. And 3 players get instantly collected by TSE. All players surviving.
So, quiet time. As the spike is about to explode, and Twisted Saints don't really allow Death Ulysse to get back into the flow. An important round, this one. It really could have gone either way. It's just, you don't expect 2 players to go up close towards the left like that.
Yeah, and even then, should they even have gotten maybe 1 or 2 of those kills? There's still another 3 players of TSE ready to trade it out. So it's just sort of a peekaboo behind that Viper's wall as soon as it gets dropped by Deck. They were the ones ready for the fight, catching Death Ulysse players off guard. And this time, they don't get caught off guard. They sent 4 players this time, not just 3.
There.
Kia even able to TP past. They're even clearing up on this jump up. No shenanigans TSE have been able to pull off in the past. But with this space that they have managed to gain over towards A rubble, they're able to shift their attentions elsewhere, especially keeping B and C well defended in regards to numbers. But there's no committal from TSE. They're just poking and prodding. And a re-hit into A might just be well timed for a triple lineup from Death Ulysse.
Yeah, that snake bite is going to be a bit of a delay though. And the fact that Spike is in the middle of the map means there's plenty of time for TSE to decide where they want to go. B being the option for them now. 2 defenders in the meantime. None really hasn't had much to do, but quickly switches position with Kia. And I'm sure Kia didn't really enjoy that. Left to himself here. And TSE taking sight pretty much for free. Spike to go down and a 4v5 required. An unlikely one.
Spike is not going down.
Found. And with 25 seconds, it's actually getting a little bit dangerous. But the snakebite won't allow the cross any further. The spam can only get so much. And the rest of TSE know exactly where none is. So wait for Will to make his appearance from behind.
Opportunity to try play.
He's got the idea. He knows what to do. He needs the headshot, but cannot find it. Will has the delicacy of spraying with his gun. And Twisted Saints lined 2 together.
Seconds left.
Oh, that's a little bit cheeky. Even tries to go for it the second time. Gets a decent amount of damage, but unable to convert onto the isolated 1v1s. No chance in the 1v3. But a chance for Death Ulysse to have a page turned coming into this one. It's a reinvestment, and a big one at that, with Fraction bringing that operator out. Posted up over towards A. But with this wall, it's just going to cause issues, worrying about a player having lurked across. Especially as it goes down, you can see uncomfortability just to stay on one line. You might just be in for a small surprise.
Oh, definitely could be. But the smoke off on Fraction is timely. Potential scary defense here for Death Ulysse. Paranoia spots out. There's at least one near in tree. Is that enough reconnaissance though? Kia needing to take a step forwards. Will knowing of that potential. Early frag for TSE nets them the opening, and a lockdown now in the ground. Nothing other than respecting it is in line now for Death Ulysse.
They do have a counter ultimate, but the spike is going to be able to go down, and especially planted for main. They can hide within this Viper's pit, but Basia's position.
And he catches Luca already off guard, and now can use multiple positions to take this on. The fact that the Viper's pit dropped Zoe gives TSE so much space to work with. That's where Death Ulysse had the advantage, breaking out through stairs, but no longer, not with that Viper's pit out there.
And this is where Detulis have to save. It's the investment that we were talking about. That could have been the turn of page. That could have been the way for Detulis to start to build back into this half. And they just... Now, it's the game of keeping this weapon alive. Bastia had an opportunity on the flank. Same goes for the players as they were coming out into the Spicer pit, because Yanto was stuck. He couldn't... That was a player off the board. Same goes for Net and Nikhil over towards flank. But the Viper's Pit just caused too many issues for them to deal with, and especially with how deep it was over towards main, you could play crossfires of where the orb normally sits and over towards Hobbit door. And it's not necessarily the most fun gun to retake with. The operator, especially when you're at a 2v4, at that point you cut your losses, keep these win conditions alive coming into round 10. Especially for Maxime and Fractions, opposite sides of the map. Hopefully one of them can get the impact that they need. Okay.
What? No. I mean, did he at least started this round already on a disadvantage? Deck, you don't have to do that. I mean, that's rude.
That's a red card.
Sent off. No, not really. You kind of want to see players doing crazy stuff like that. So keep him on, keep him on.
Okay, hang on.
For up entertainment only.
It's the weapons. It's those win conditions getting into play. Both catching... Zero kill.
So
oh my gosh.
Luca eventually wins it. He's the one with the high ground. So go figure. From the shadows used to quickly collect the spike. Parcel service delivered by Viti. Obviously has to be a little bit creative about his spike placement. Gets dinked already, so it switches it up. Nightfall, that hinders a few of these senses for TSC, impairing vision and hearing. As TSC close in. Outside from Mound, multiple players just make sure that no one from Dead Elise can arrive. And 8 already guaranteed?
I mean, the Nightfall might impair vision, but it's not going to impair the aim, because currently the Twisted Saints players are on fire, especially when you take into the context how Tech opened up the round, right? And then the same goes for... Sure, got a little bit messy in the engagements between Fraction and Luca on towards site, but off the back of it, Luca picks up the operator, uses it to help the team to close it out. And 8 already, like you said, it's a dominant start. Police trades go in favor to keep things equal.
Showstopper for Luca. Does he check his left-hand side? No, it's a lazy peek. Still takes Kia down. Is that good enough, though? None. Knows there's a lot of players around, but he also knows there aren't many teammates. Therefore, he's got to be a little bit patient, as much as it pains him.
Re-smoke over towards CT.
Face your fear.
You've got to be careful. Will is on the back line. Bastia is checking that position, very much aware that he could get there any time soon, but this time it doesn't quite go as well. Will is there on time. And now 2 for Dead Elise. The scramble is real. Smoke thrown in their face. Nano Swarm, but doesn't matter, Maxim! Heroicness provided. All left for none is to find the last player, and Yanto isn't going to make it easy. He's playing a different game, a game of hide and seek. Sure, the Prowler is on the lookout, but a simple job for Yanto, and that is to defuse the situation. Instead, Nun is the one to defuse the spike. Detu Elise with the clutch.
Last round before the switch.
That might be the saving grace for Detu Elise coming into the end of this half, because it starts off with 2 back-to-back trades.
Come on, please.
Heroics. A heroic double kill for Maxime, and then it's down to Nun to close it out. But TSC not going to be happy with the way that win ended, but still an opportunity to get the last round of the half. Luca picking up the operator in towards this one. Again, early engagements over towards C.
Fraction. Showstopper thrown. TP. Hoping that that was a fake TP, but there's no playing around with your life. Oh, Kia did escape.
but they've still been able to regain the control of Mound, still been able to cycle this one way. So for the side of Detulis, they're confident in this position of C that they can hold it. Good dodge on the Prowler.
And TSC advance. First to possibly spot them as Basia. Maybe even Maxim. Just a moment of timing that's required. Viper's Pit. That prohibits potential B access, so funnels TSC into A, where there are a bunch of nano swarms.
And it funnels them through tree specifically, so when the Detulis players now come out onto site, the paranoia is going to be massive.
Huge jump in. Luca is also blinded, but is able to make the spray work. Didn't quite know where Kia was, so it was a quick trade. Spraying across the smoke will only work for so long, and it's also revealed his position for Viti to capitalize upon. And now with a spike going down, TSC have got an advantage. None. He's got a great chance to create some interruption. And that's exactly what he's done. Now, it's TSC on the back foot. Will has got the better timing on his opponent. So back to square one. 2v2 for this final round of the half. And Viti just holds his ground, ready to receive none. And Fractioned left to do it by himself, and boy is his seat hot as hell. Walks in, Viti not quite ready for it. And now it's Will's turn to shine. Oh dear, touching the spike, but it's not the stick. Will peek. It's a wide swing, and Fraction will win it because of it. And I think he's just got enough time.
Oh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be so damn close.
I don't think he has it.
So damn close. Oh man, if he had basically half a second more, it could have been doable, but instead it shall not be. Still, we're looking at a very, very close game, but it's TSC that takes the cake from the first half. Nine to 3 being the score here, with Twisted Saints having the advantage on their opponent's map pick. The sides have turned though, and it's Twisted Saints now on the defensive, having to close things out, potentially put Detulis under a bit of trouble.
A pistol would certainly help. Close the round. Numbers in the round differential, because yeah, it's looking a little bit scary right now. Especially with space, TSC have been able to get over towards A. Pushing back the presence, funneling them into B. Oh, dang, that's just criminal.
It's the right step for TSC, and Viti's able to back it up as well. Kia is the only player that has found some sort of an answer, but these pistols from TSC are scary. So well aligned with one another. Completely squashed Detulis in that one.
And as soon as they find any sort of resistance over towards ceiling, they want to throw further bodies at the problem, because if they were able to get the kill on towards Will, you could maybe make a conversation. Okay, we can run into C. But at the same time, you have Luca and Yanto closing in from behind. trapped in a small corner of space. Zetules had to fight their way out, and unfortunately they were unable to do so, and that puts TSC up onto 10. And the thing is, this was Zetules' map pick. It's not looking ideal. Batia, the only one with an investment into this one, the lone sheriff available.
I mean, let's be fair. Getting back to the map conversation, right? We already knew that neither of these teams were particularly one-sided type of good on their map picks, right? We already knew that any of them could be traded. Like Haven, for example, isn't a guarantee that is going to TSC either. So it's just a great start for TSC, and a big denial to Daddy Elise to gain any tempo early on, right? In the server. And even the sheriffs are doing a great job for TSC, even they're the ones that are not really required to do that. Yanto gets away, throws in a prowler for Viti to jump in from the behind to finish up, and there you have it. 5 players now alive for TSC, and Maxim with just the classic to see how much damage he can do. He can hear some promotion. Maybe Yanto can be collected here. Good haunts.
Okay,
no.
okay.
A lot of feelings involved in this one.
He gets this judge.
Oh,
hold up.
Run! Run, Yanto! Oh, that's so scary. Still gets it done in the end. But unnecessarily created that a horror movie moment.
It was just a bit of a windy day.
I knew you were...
Sure.
Yanto isn't able to pick it up towards the end. And this time, a little bit of a difference in the bonus round for TSC. And off the back of a timeout from Zetules, they can have a little bit of time to adjust what they want in their attacking round. And especially when you're going up against, obviously they don't know it yet, but Yanto's brought an Odin. They still have the judge from the previous round that's been saved over. It is a difficult buy to navigate for the side of Zetules, because you have the long range opportunities with Luca and that outlaw. A lot of chip damage can be done with a spam from the Odin. Same goes for Deck, playing on towards that judge, up close and personal towards mains, possibly even over towards tree. Just a couple of challenges Zetules are going to have to overcome in this one. Also, I will say, the fact that this is the first timeout for Zetules is kind of concerning.
Yeah, a little bit. To be honest, there were a lot of close rounds in the first half. It wasn't like they were completely out of contention there, but you're right, not winning rounds means that you probably need a moment to rethink what you're doing, and I'm glad they finally take that moment, but it's at a point where Twisted Saints only need 2 rounds to take down their opponents' map pick.
Slow walk behind the wall. Not gonna be afforded the graces Luca got in the previous. But Yanto over towards this true position. Oh, as soon as they try an open door or make a sort of step that Yanto gets baited in.
Ooh. Oh.
Okay.
Neither Luca or Viti connect their shots. Instead, it's Daddy Elise to take every single one of these fights, but they have left Yanto unchecked. Uncleared. Uncared.
But they're weary of it.
They are. The pre-fight from Yanto.
Oh, that's the spike.
And this allows so much from Daddy Elise, from TSC rather. They can close up the distance. He's killed off Kia, and he's even done damage to the third. And now Will and Deck have arrived. Thing is, Deck only has an outlaw. That's a tough one. Headshot connects for Will though, and he does the heavy lifting here. Oh no, this should have been Daddy Elise's round. Looking at the silver linings, Maxim is from behind, but Deck expects it, anticipates it, waits for his opponent to walk into his arms and gives him the biggest squeeze.
2 seconds left.
Holy moly, TSC, what a turnaround.
They were weary and cautious of Yanto over in towards tree. They didn't push through the Viper's wall that put up as soon as they opened the door. They knew that there was a possibility, and to send the solo spike carrier to clear it, a mistake that can't be afforded when you were 3-11 down. TSE capitalized, hit 12. And now it's do or die for Det Ulysse to just stay in the conversation on this map.
Yeah, rough times. Really rough times. Yanto doesn't make it a secret this time around that he's in tree. Makes everybody want to know what's happening there. Paranoia dropping in. Vitti's there to assist. Yanto knew that something like this could happen, so he calls in for a friend.
The thing is, the spam just is keeping on going. And as soon as they start to make any sort of pressure over in towards B, they might find a spike plant. But even then, the numbers are in favor of TSE.
I mean, Luca's low, so are the numbers discrepancy that big of a difference? B-side taking over, and they want to go a little bit further. Deck waits for it. Expects Vasya to walk in.
Nice calculation from Will.
Finds the extra angle, you're right. Nightfall drops. Now TSE could go for the lookout. The Prowlers are finding their marks. None is in big trouble, and Yanto can just pre-fire him through the walls. No obstacles for that one. TSE, what a clean start to the day. 13-3 is the score as they take down Lotus, seemingly as if it was their own map pick, but no, it wasn't. It was Det Ulysses. But this is some decisiveness from TSE that we wanted to see for them ever since they got to that 2-0 point in the Swiss stage. But no, they say that third time is a charm and want to take matters to their own hands.
Yeah, and especially with this map, sure, it was Det Ulysses' map pick. We're not avoiding the conversation. TSE, they love to play this as well. But it's also, you have to take into account the fashion that they've done it. It was in at 13-3 on a map that not only Det Ulysses are comfortable on, they like to play, they picked into. And yeah, you're making the conversation of TSE not wanting to squander the third and final chance of making into the playoffs. There's so many times, even with it talking about Yanto on a solo play with the Odin in the last few rounds, was able to capitalize on so many of the mistakes that Det Ulysses were letting slip. And in a match for qualification for playoffs, when the side of TSE have already had their 2 chances, this is their third and final one. They are not going to let those mistakes glide by.
No. Det Ulysses left in a really rough spot here, Summer. And, you know, they've got to find a way back to refresh. Because, look, I mean, we know there's a lot of experience within this roster, and we know they've been in situations like this before. But we also know that Twisted Saints have got a bunch of cracked kids in there. And they definitely showed that cracked side of themselves so far. Twisted Saints map pick up next, everybody. And that could potentially see them as the final team in playoffs. We'll be finding out how that one will go right after this.
try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget, stop, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in warm from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. To the days down memory lane, back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
Dead Elise might be in a little bit of trouble after not taking down their own map pick, and now they go to Twisted Saints home ground, who have a chance here to make it into playoffs by winning it. And look, Summer, it was a very decisive map number 1, so I feel like Dead Elise needs to show us a lot that they're capable to making it out of this one alive.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about it being a bit of a lockout and a little bit one-sided. It was a 13-3. I think it's very much easy to say that Dead Elise did not show up in any sense of the word in towards that one, and they have to have this sort of bounce back within that break. And like we were saying, they're going into the next map. It's not necessarily a home ground for TSE. Dead Elise have played it before. It's more of that, again, the first 2 maps are something that they're going to be okay going towards. But it was what we were saying in the pre-show. TSE are happy with this veto from start to finish. Even if a 3rd map is required, they're going to feel confident going into that one as well. But obviously they want to get it done in a 2-0, not leave it down to chance of a map 3 decider. So as we head into Haven, having a look at the compositions, and again, mirror comps coming out, a lot of teams favoring this double duelist of the ICO. I'm interested to see how these two are going to match up against each other.
Yeah, all eyes on Dead Elise to show us that they can do what they couldn't quite do on Lotus. And look, so many of these rounds were close. It's just a matter of closing those rounds out. So, you know, it can happen to any team, have a bad map, but you can't have a bad series right now. Not at this point. You're at that 2-win, 2-losses stage in the Upper Swiss, and you're 1 series away to make it into playoffs or get knocked out. But Twisted Saints have taken it one better. They are 1 map away from that very result.
Yeah, also for me, the conversation around the Dead Elise squad, especially on this map, is they have swatched compositions halfway through the split. It was in Lower Swiss, they were running the hyper default of what used to be the Jet, the Double Initiator, the Breach, and the Sova. They've only had 1 rep and an official on this current comp. That was against Metasport. It didn't necessarily go the best way. It was a 13-6 in favor of the Metasport side. And similar to story for TSD, it's a comp that they changed already in this split from the East qualifier into Lower and Upper Swiss. They had a little bit more reps. Similar success story, or lack thereof. But more reps in an official might mean a little bit more comfort for TSE.
Will. Oh, and never mind, doesn't come down to Will. Tegaba gets a double kill out of the rip. Will eventually comes into the question. And a little bit of struggling here from Dead Elise, not even able to make it into A long. Completely denied the space. Completely denied any movement forwards. Now Luca here to bolster up his teammate's position, and Maxim knows, just run. A 2v1 is not under question here.
Hoping for some damage with the shock dart. Chips a little bit away from Luca. But 1v3 has the space to work with. Opportunity to even get the spike down should he continue on his path into C, but it won't be without detection.
Cage triggered.
That means players moving towards A lobby can start to move, start to shift across the map. But for Maxime, it's the story about being able to isolate these 1v1s. He's going into the 2. At least the low HP here.
Yeah, but point blank, it's too difficult to deal with 2. If he had the opportunity to line it up, it would have been nice. But no, for Twisted Saints, they continue how they started on the previous map as well. Pistol goes their way, and basically carrying on the momentum they started from earlier.
Oh no. Technical pause.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a short one, but yeah, not ideal to get that as soon as you come into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of ones today, but they were quite short. So if it's anything similar, I imagine we will find ourselves quickly back into action. But Twisted Saints, again, really nice pistol round to get them, you know, started up nicely on Haven. I feel like as Dead Elise, I've got so much to prove here. And I know we are, you know, risking sounding like a repeated record here, but that really is the case for them. We know what these individuals are capable of, and we didn't quite see that on the first map. for them to stand any chance making into playoffs, they need to show their best selves.
But you say that it's the same exact story and sort of storyline that's getting TSE into the situation in the first place. They were 2-0 up. They were having a whale of the time in the 2-0 bracket. Had a bit of a poor match against the opponents they met. The same goes in the 2-1 bracket. Now that they're in the 2-2 bracket, it is that sort of too little too late opportunity, but thankfully they are able to close out that first map in regards to anyone supporting the TSE side. But it is that sort of same sort of conversation that we're having for the Twisted Saints. Same goes for Detulis. If you're expecting more, you're expecting them to be able to put a fight, especially up at this stage in the tournament. And for the mental side of TSE, you wouldn't want to put yourselves in the best position to close it out of being in that 2-0 bracket and still failing to make it into playoffs when you have players on the team that are relatively consistent playoff appearance players.
Sure. I'd agree. We are currently investigating how we can get right back into action, and once we receive word exactly on what the issue is, we will let you know.
Will we? Or is it a secret?
I mean, if we don't know, we'll never let them know. But if we do know, I'm pretty sure we'll let everybody have an idea of what's going on. Would you keep a secret? I don't think you'd keep a secret. You're nicer than that.
I wouldn't tell you.
Dum dum dum.
Sure, I'd mute my mic on Discord, tell the rest of the stream that you'd never know. And so you would be the only one in the dark.
Evil Knievel. Okay. Talk about individuals. Look, we've seen a lot of this composition as of late on Haven, right? We saw a lot of teams sort of favoring this double duelist, Yoru, ISO. And for the teams that love to fight and love to be quite pacey with their approaches, the way you can gain information off the dimensional drift or quickly rotate with the TPs or get one defender out of the site and create sort of a space where there is no one that your teammates can convert off of is massive. And it's become quite popular. I feel for like players like Nern, Fractioned, Luca, Will. This could mean a really nice back and forth for this one.
Players are starting to move. Time is starting to tick. Let's go. We are freed from the shackles of the tech wars.
We are indeed.
This is a nice spot.
Into the second round, though, that's not particularly exciting. We're all looking forward to round number 3, especially given that this is just an eco from Daddy Elise. No sneaky fours, just Fraction on the Marshal. He'd love if players come in his direction from a long range, but it doesn't seem that that's happening, at least for now.
Fraction with this Marshal, hoping to do a little bit of damage. Possibly try and retrieve a weapon, but being instantly shut down like that does not help. They have managed to find some space over towards Garage. Kia might be able to go overlooked at the situation, and that's exactly what happens. TP over the trip. Weapon picked up. Oh, now
no,
Luke is stuck.
Is scrambling. He's run out of bullets, and yeah, the classic won't be that great. Oh dear me. Deck at least is able to bring things back a little bit, and with Bassi and Maxim not having all of their health, makes things a little easier. But Yanto doesn't have a gun. He'll be able to pick up a stinger, but if his opponents create distance here, and especially with Maxim's Marshal, this is going to be really, really tough.
But Bassia and Maxim are low, so the Sting and the Guardian can help. It's just they have to get past none towards this backside positioning.
And they got to break the trip first. That's going to alert of where they're approaching from. Paranoia onto site. Not quite avoided by none. Not checked even. Bulldog spray. Not even diffused halfway. And Detty Ulysse instantly off the gates. Upset with the Thrifty.
Yeah, I don't know if Luca wasn't able to get towards the TP. Okay, the TP was too close towards CT. Would have been basically TPing on top of Kia's body. And it really does come down to the chaos he was able to cause by TPing over that trip in towards garage, up into the window, netting an unsuspecting kill. A couple of the Twisted Saint players put a lot of pressure onto the Luca towards side. Well, talking about Luca, he might be able to cheese a little bit in this corner. He's notifying Bastia of the presence, but I don't know if he knows how many players are actually here.
Well, he's able to find 2 of the first that are spotted. Deck does trade back somewhat. Ooh. And maybe quite substantially so, but it's just 3. I say just the 3. That is already a lot of damage, but it is not enough to convert this round. Viti needs an upgraded gun or sublime timing to get anything done here.
I mean, he has had great timing. He's managed to cross over towards mid. The only thing is, sure, he might be able to get a weapon upgrade, but I think he might be enticed to believe it's A.
Chooses the Bulldog instead of the Guardian, actually. And on his merry way he goes. This is the Viti cam as he tiptoes his way and see. Kia Maxim make the wise decision, and they're holding deep C long.
Yeah, and he still has the trip over towards garage, so he can be a little bit less worried about that reflank possibility. A cage over towards the spike.
Clears backside now. So the only place that his opponents could be is long. Oh dear. Yeah, the Aldrone connecting isn't going to make his life easier. The cage was his only chance to get it diffused halfway, but that no longer is the case. The recon revealing for days that Viti is no longer on the spike. Takes one down with him. Might as well do maximum damage here. For an eco, not bad for Twisted Saints, but they shouldn't have been on an eco to begin with, losing the previous.
Could attempt at some damage. It really comes down to Deck to even make the round believable, getting a couple of kills with the Sheriff. But now into this one, it's a full buy for both of these teams. Operators out. Both Yoros hoping to have some sort of impact with a weapon.
Yanto spots early presence now towards this A side. Daddy Elise very slow with their first attempts. It's just Bastia that goes on a small lurk of his own, while the rest of the team chilling out in mid.
An exploration.
Oh, Bastia might not be ready for this. Well, he could be. Pre-fired by Yanto. An early and easy, relatively, first blood.
It's decisive, especially getting the Cypher off the board. And with the presence they had over towards A, it's going to funnel them in towards C, in towards the Cypher, and in towards Luca with this operator. Sets up a second TP now, so he has to get out of jail free card.
Ooh, the shield keeping Fractioned alive there. So, Viti in a bit of trouble. But the thing is, Twisted Saints have already made the right call to place a lot of the defenders nearby, and Will is good to defend his own life. Lucas seizes the chance to chime in as well, and Viti takes no prisoners. Decisive swing. And then he can zoom in all he wants onto that spike. It is not going to go into his sight.
And decisive round from TSC off the back of the initial pick over towards a lack of re-clearing opportunities for Detu Elise towards the A lobby. Push them towards C. And Lucas sticking around, especially towards the backside, even after breaking the shield of Fractioned. Being able to hide, utilize the utility coming in from his teammates just being an issue. And you can see even as soon as they start coming out to garage eventually and go for that sort of second wave of the hit, that the operator backside really plays a pivotal part in it. And then of course, yeah, sure, you have Viti's confident swings over towards long to really seal the deal. But keeping the operator alive is important. A bit of a scuff by around it, but you're hoping you can make the entries work this time.
Yeah, but for Daddy Elise, they've been quiet on the most part. So Twisted Saints won't have all that information available to them. It's about making the right call in the first few seconds.
Portal closed.
Aldrone showing up in Catwalk, more like sewers. Doesn't really find anything.
Yeah, and they insert none short over towards short, hoping to get something initially, but as the spike starts heading over towards C, one of the duelists are going to have to join this pack.
Cage triggered.
Or maybe not. Oh, Deck's going to spot two.
It's good information though, right? Because Twisted Saints now can be happy to keep 3 players busy towards this A site. Deck also running as fast as possible, but it isn't the clear picture though, because look at Daddy Elise, the spike is heading towards the middle of the map. Nunn is still keeping these players busy, and he can see players around. He just has to give his own life for that effort.
But it does open an opportunity for Detty to at least get into a post plan, or at least to pressure Viti.
I mean, the recon was used out early. No, Fraction gets there on time. 7 seconds. You need to get to the spike plant. Fraction knows of this and commits to it instantly. Deck trying to interrupt. Oh, dear me. That is not what Daddy Elise would have liked. The interruption coming in clutch for Twisted Saints.
On the off the back of the Hunter's Fury as well, causing chaos. Daddy Elise unable to get the spike down, and that's 2 rounds in a row that they've lost to time, unable to get or secure a post plant. Especially with the positionings. From regards to Daddy Elise, they were playing fine. They had pulled all the rotations over towards A, separated Viti and the rest of his squad. Unable to capitalize on it, or on the ultimates from Nunn or Basia. To reset round, hoping to do damage over towards A.
Cutting through.
And a hero rifle on Basia over towards C.
Two players now locked in. Hearing the orb being collected, but instead Daddy Elise don't aggress off the back of it. Cut noise entirely, don't they?
You're hoping that Basia gets, like, even if it's not necessarily just a kill, but get some space some util. He's managed to break Viti's camp. But with his position over towards Logs, it's not really going to put too much pressure on TSC. They're happy to keep these players here for the re-hit. That seems almost inevitable over towards A, and the spot from Will is massive.
Here they go. Both duelists lining up the charge. Will gets caught before he has a chance to greet them. Yanto to the corner is eventually found, but they've left Deck unchecked. And Nakia gets the spike down and realizes he's made a crucial mistake. Paranoids the left-hand side. That will delay the crossing from Suez, but Nunn saves the day here, which could allow Viti the collection, but Nunn expects it and is ready to find Viti there. 3-3 as Daddy Elise keep things mighty close.
And it's off the back of only 2 players coming into that round with rifles. It was a hero rifle on Basia that started over towards C. And then a Guardian as well dotted in the mix. A couple of kills, upgrades as you flood into sight. Sure, it comes down to the wire yet again. I'm going to ensure the spike goes down, or at least the kill in sub 10 seconds. Again, it's an equalization. And an important round for TSE in regards to money. Reinvestment might be a little bit rough after this one, especially if you lose the operator of Luca.
Sure. Deck lined up with the paranoia, but taken to a different realm. Time for the minigame. Deck is able to break the shield first, but can't quite convert that into a kill. So Fractioned and Maxim both come out on top with their fights. Yanto, he's desperate to bring things back in his favor, but this is still not stabilized the game. Dead Elise cut noise, step back, they've got the numbers.
But it's at least a little bit more manageable. The only thing is you don't have the smokes on deck to buy a lot of time in regards to the delay. Dead Elise can search. But it's Yanto that wants to do the searching, hoping to get another kill over towards mid. Instead, it's a grouping of Dead Elise over towards C-Long. It's into the Cypher setup.
30 seconds left.
Drop the spike.
No double kill trip. Still, if he can make his presence known.
It's info. That's what he's getting.
That's all 4 players spotted.
So now you know how you want to be approaching this. But can you execute it yet how you would have liked? There is no margin for error with 12 seconds on the clock. Now looking to walk in. Viti blinded at the first instance. Dead Elise come alive. Luca now in a 1v3, but this is a really tough spot to be in. Flashes one of his opponents, but Maxim is unscathed by it. Dead Elise wanting to be more than relevant in this one. Want to make this comeback happen.
And that's in the last 4 rounds that Dead Elise have been playing with the clock to such an extreme. 2 rounds they lose out because of it. And then in round 6 and 7, they managed to scrape it by. And if anything goes wrong, 1 kill goes in favor of TSE. Or the wrong pickup, you drop the spike. It makes things a bit too scary, but they managed to tread the line. And that certainly helps.
Definitely, for sure. Yanto, on the other hand, is not really having too much fun. Sure, we got 1 pick, but he's the player with the only Vandal in the team, and very trigger happy at the moment.
Hang on.
Still gets a lot of damage across into Maxim and still finds none. If Viti would have helped out, that would have been huge, but both of his opponents are low. 7 bullets. And they're closing up the distance. Shorty. Oh, trying to flick towards the left, but overcompensates. What an ace that could have been. The damage inflicted was immaculate, but just not enough.
Oh, what it could have been as well. So, like I said, the sole defender over towards 8. Or at least after 3 of his players fall over towards short. Couldn't get anything done. But there was a big answer back from Yanto. It just wasn't enough. Heroics needed an ace. Had to be all down to the Watchman's shoulders. But no conversion. And again, aggression over towards A-Long. And he's just ran out of his cage into Luca with an operator. And got out of dodge.
It's a great change of pace here for Dead Elise for sure. From leaving things to the last vestiges of the round to now completely going pedal to the metal. Maxim with the info that he had, Hunter's Fury, and it connects the final pick onto Yanto. This is just not leaving TSC with a chance. This was their buy round, and they're being thwarted like flies. This is so damn one-sided right now. Makes us wonder, where was Dead Elise, this Dead Elise, all series long?
This is what we were missing from them on Lotus. And it might be in the conversation of TSC going missing, at least into the last couple. Sure, coming down to the wire of time, but always decisive in kills.
1 down.
Hey, not going down without a fight though, Viti. Never.
But still going down.
He will go down without vision, right? So 6-3. Dead Elise with double the amount of rounds their opponents have already dealt with their opponent's buy, so it's very probably another eco. This is not where Twisted Saints wanted to be on their own map pick.
There's still chance left in the half. Sure, maybe not necessarily the best one to even equate the scoreline. But at least to have a little bit more of a buffer going into the second. Hero rifle on Yanto, Marshall on deck. And it's this A-Long fight that hasn't necessarily been going TSE's way in the last few, especially when you're talking about the rounds that they've peaked over towards shore. They've even put numbers of players at the problem. And they seem aware of possibilities of a play up into window. Even pings going out.
I'm just wondering if Luca can actually make it happen here. Well, with the Aldrone spotting him, probably not. Sends the TP to get to safety back to his site, but sticks around, takes the riskier route. Will, on the other hand, has connected on his pick. Deck with a solo Vandal. If he would have picked it, that could have potentially netted him. And as he frag onto Basia. But now he's got his Neural Theft available, so huge moment for Dirty Elise now. Grouping their players together, find that body in mid, and now you'll be able to unlock this round.
You just hope the TSC don't get pulled away from this, because 20 seconds left, they have to commit into A.
No.
But with the position of where that body was, they're going to believe it's a B hit or even C, but they're committing to this now. They have to stay here. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Ooh. Paranoia thrown out, but Key is able to avoid it, and crucially enough, that's just exactly what Dirty Elise need to close this one out. Basia also creating that extra angle of attack, and surprise, surprise, Dirty Elise come out on top of that one. Only one casualty through the process as well. Very clean weather executions as of so far. This is likely the last full buy we'll see from TSC this half. Unless they win.
Yeah, and for regards to Dirty Elise, they've had a massive resurgence into this attacking sides. And they have plenty of money, so even if they lose this one, they'll be fine to reinvest into the 12th. Hopefully TSC can make these ultimates work for them, because there's 4 online, only 2 rounds left to use them. An aggressive stance from Lusa.
None with first blood though. That's the rough part. And Dirty Elise have all the control they need. 4 versus 5. Ult comes out. Maxim taken, but he will take it as well. Oh dear, Will. That was a moment where you needed to win that 1v1. But now your team is a little bit further in the dirt. Shocked up by his opponent's feet, but it's not the lightning that causes the damage. It's hot lead finding itself onto people's skulls. It's getting worse and worse by the second. Deck lets one walk past, so we could potentially get 2, but that will simply not happen. Dirty Elise on 8 already, and there's still 1 round left in the half.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You send the kill contract out hoping to get an advantage for your team, and instead giving it away. Struggling to get back into the round for TSC, struggling to get back into this half. 1 more chance to at least get 4. Again, there's still ultimates to work with. Only the kill contract used in the previous. But none being 1 away. It's kind of scary, especially if they can get that online early.
Oh man. This is actually a great combination of utility there from TSC early on.
They haven't been able to get anything.
Out. Oh dear, who's going to win this one? Fractioned will have no issue cleaning that one up. Deck didn't quite know where to look in that moment. And for Dirty Elise, albeit a slow pace, still steadily getting closer and closer to A. But Twisted Saints don't really have that info.
Luca wants to get the info, at least for the side of TSC. Nunn's going to do exactly the same over towards A. Corner going to be spotted out. Yanto is in a position, a precarious one.
It's crazy that Maxim was already pre-firing it, knowing that his opponent would be forced to swing out of that position. Nunn exits a different dimension. And with that, we'll join in with a bang. 9-3 is the score. Roles reversed as we switch maps. Dirty Elise, the team in charge, hungry to take us to a decider. Detty Elise reverse the roles. It was Twisted Saints previously on notice that were leading 9-3, but now Detty Elise on their opponent's map pick wants to do what their opponents did once before. They're close to it, but a pistol round win will get them that much closer.
It seems an ominous scoreline, at least for TSE to be facing down, especially after the dominance that they showed on the first map. Cheeky positioning over towards short, but might be completely bypassed with TSE's crawl up long.
Yeah, and Detty Elise will be late to be alerted by it. Kia uses the one way, but little does he know that his opponents have already floated out. Peekaboo jumps over, figures that one out, of course. Yanto, so swift to connect upon him. So good step to begin things off here for Twisted Saints, but they realize they need to converge onto Vitti's position before they can secure down the side. They do that nicely, but they also leave Luca exposed to Maxim. It's not without the fight back. 9 points of health left on him, but Twisted Saints with double the amount of players available.
Yeah, decent amount of damage from Maxim, shocked up, but with so many players left, there have to be some clean shots, and a lack of HP means it's going to be an easy pickup.
Yeah, hands in the air like I just don't care for Maxim right now. Giving himself over to the authorities? Well, maybe not, but isn't really much of a resistance at this point. All right, so Twisted Saints, a pistol, I think many would agree, was a necessity to start netting a potential comeback on this attacking side. And that's exactly what they get.
Yeah, Maxim wants to go for a little bit of exits, tries to bait them in with a trip break, but I don't think he's going to get the opportunity. It's the cleanup from Will.
If I may, I'll go in first. Thin out their numbers.
And for the side of TSE, even though, sure, we're talking about that 9-3 half, but just in isolation, just the streak of rounds that Detty Elise were able to get over towards the end, should they lose the pistol, their momentum would have been so much in their favor. Now they have the opportunity to sort of have a little bit of their own in regards to picking up this pistol, hopefully getting a clean conversion. Because again, this is both the pistols being picked up by TSE, but they were unable to convert in the first half and got ecoed. Sort of led us down the path of the 3-9.
Yeah, maybe on the attack there we'll have better luck, right? Maybe they'll enjoy being the aggressors, controlling the pace, the tempo. After all, on triple sighters like this, your defensive lines have to be spread out quite thin. And indeed, this time, the thinnest of defensive lines was on C. No one was around.
Vitti just being a little bit of a pain into a spawn. I don't think it's going to get... Oh, I was going to say I don't think this is going to get hard cleared. Yes, it does. Makes them spend a little bit of time, at least clearing out this position.
I guess a sheriff upgrade for Key as well.
Yeah, I need a sheriff. It's not necessarily the worst to be given over, but the only thing that can be concerning is if all these players start to run out of garage and overwhelm the players as they try to lose sight, especially Deck with a Vandal. Oh. Okay.
No, he's not overwhelmed. That is the perfect way to pad up the stats. An ace with just half a magazine. Sure.
Fine. That's exactly how you want to do it. Oh, 1, 2, 3.
Oh my.
And a clean up on lineup on the second.
Well. I love the slow-mo as well towards the end of those.
It happened so quickly as well, especially because, well, actually these players, they wanted to isolate a player. They did. Congrats. The only issue is you've isolated Deck with a Vandal that's just going to spray you down. A little bit of a confidence builder for him. Aggro space in towards short. Oh, but Nun's managed to get 2 and out.
Cleanly, barely taking any damage. Actually, no damage in the process. Basia, this is an unorthodox position. This is wide into the open, a flat out of the smoke. You'd expect him to be dead, and that's exactly what happens. Both Twisted Saints players get the necessary kills. The thing is, they've left the spike behind, so therefore the C-site control they've gotten, they may have to give over. Oh,
I got ISO.
we'll read it.
I think there was a
And now
step,
1v2, very doable.
Yeah, but they're going into the site where both of these players are. Actually, an opportunity to isolate if he's quick enough. For a quick trade can be available from CT. Lazy clear on towards the left. A pickup of a 10th round for Detty Ulysse. And sure, it's the bonus, but TSC were making a real conversation back into that round, especially after losing 2 players early on over towards short. The pop out into the sea smoke, an opportunity to equalize players for Dex engagement on Takia, but even head-to-head goes in favor of Detty Ulysse, and so does the round.
Winning this would be fantastic for Detty Ulysse. It would stop all the shenanigans that Twisted Saints could create. But Twisted Saints like shenanigans. They're not going to make this one easy, especially Yanto with first blood as Nun decides to exit garage.
Fraction spotted as well over towards mid, and we're hoping Fraction would overstep, but instead finds Basia.
Not too bad of a kill to find. Basia now back of sight. Smoke actually provides him some cover to gain an extra corner. Flash expended though, and you haven't really been able to fully turn this site in your favor, and I think Twisted Saints realize this, so bolting away, a complete pivot.
If they're quick enough though, and they direct in towards A, they would find a free site. But they're worried about push-ups, especially after the exploration Fraction did in the previous and at the start of the round.
Both teams have grouped their players together. Luca expects the first. And now Twisted Saints have got a clear idea. Detty Ulysse are bunched up, likeable. So bolting towards the A site as fast as humanly possible. Get that spike down and hope you can win the 2v3.
The thing is, splitting up as the TSE players. Sure, Deck might be able to get a position over towards spawn, isolate 1 or 2, do some damage on the cross. Even a drone coming out.
Doesn't check him. Oh, freebie. Now the numbers are even. Now it's anybody's game.
Paranoia as well to delay. He can TP out onto site. This reposition is massive. I don't think they're going to expect it.
Recon. They know that Detty Ulysse aren't out just yet. Yanto delivers on his fight. Deck delivers on his as well. Twisted Saints needed that one. And by the skin of their teeth, Deck will stay alive and make sure this round goes to them.
Yeah, massive kill over on towards CT. Brings in some manageable numbers, brings in to equal numbers. On top of then the delay utility, the paranoia towards spawn, the reposition. Paying that perfectly down to the T. A little bit of a fight back coming in from TSE. Hero rifle for Basia. No armor. Actually, no armor on anyone but Maxime in towards this one.
A great opportunity for Twisted Saints to come back here.
Hoping to hide in the smoke up over towards C-Long, the one that they can pop in the little corner to avoid the recon. And maybe from TSE is biting on that bait. The jump peaks from Nun over towards backside. Like I said, this could be TSE's way back into the game. But if they let it splinter,
oh yeah,
it could be Detty Ulysse's way into Ascent. So
sure, it could be that backbreaker, right?
Yeah,
and we've
it's
seen
really
it many
round.
a times. The Twisted Saints now still silent as ever. Need to read Kia's angle. The timing.
Please look right. You saw him. Okay.
Breathe. And I am talking to you viewers at home, but also to myself, mostly to myself.
None in
Detty
backside.
Ulysse now have the players with guns available, but Twisted Saints have already done what is required, have cleaned up backside, and it's only Bastia with a Vandal remaining, and if anyone else was in his shoes, they'd save, they'd run and hide, make sure that Vandal sees the light of day the round after this.
He hasn't got the money to necessarily go for crazy exits under 1k.
Portal closed.
So keeping this alive would be of benefit to him for sure. I think it's benefit for TSC to try and hunt.
It does smell like it's hunting time.
But at the same time, they can't actually afford to lose that many either. Looking at credits on Luca and Yanto.
Yeah, maybe one or two.
That's the one.
Yanto gets found.
Okay, just the one.
We'll collect. I think that is okay. They don't lose much economy at all. A rifle could easily be dropped here. Oh boy, this game is getting close. I'm looking at a ton of red at the scoreboard. A lot of attacking rounds won.
Yeah, on both sides of the coin. Obviously, the 6-round streak. 7-round streak Desi at least were able to put together towards the tail end of their half.
Over there.
But TSC are starting to put their own red on towards that timeline. Desi Elite are in prime position to stop it though, and especially in this round. 4 ultimates available, 1 away from Fractioned.
Ooh.
And heavy fight over towards A, but Luca gets out for free with a TP. And now with so many players spotted, they're turning tail. They want to go over towards C.
Time to jump.
And it's a very quick pivot at that. But you've got to give kudos to Daddy Elise to also adapt on time. All right, well, now you brought things to a one-on-one. It's the clone you brought. You've brought the clone, Will. That hasn't really helped all that much. It was pretty much the worst case scenario. But still, Twisted Saints are able to square things up. The site is nearly theirs, but it would be fully theirs if they could have dealt with back of sight. Fraction makes him are fully grouped together. Same could be said about Yanto and Will, but it's Yanto all day expecting Fraction and Maxim to be there. Finds both of their heads, and Twisted Saints continue to prevail.
Yeah, just fighting through the madness over towards site with Yanto, and even doubles up for the kills over towards CT. But even then, they had support in a couple of teammates to go for that double peek. It's just not even needed at that point. Yanto doesn't necessarily want to play Ascent, I'm sure. Same goes for Deck. They're pulling their team back into this and making it more of a questionable scoreline, especially for Detulis, who were leading in that 9-3. And now staring down the opportunity of TSE. 1 rifle round and an eco round away from equalizing the score. Or again, it's these eco rounds that can get scary.
Yeah, you can say that again.
But so far, TSE have been relatively okay getting them across. Sure, we've had a couple of scary moments with Kira over towards C. Whereas again, this little setup over towards left side of C long. Hoping to catch a couple of players off guard. Going for a double peek.
Will isn't just entertaining them for now. While the rest of his team may actually want to group up with him. Detu at least spooked. Thinking it could be a potential B hit with the utility already sent this way. This could be a quick collapse, and the fact that Luca can see a barrel of Bastia's gun will make clean work of the 2 players in front of him. And with that, Twisted Saints realize the B site has been opened up for them. The rest of the team groups up for the spike plant. And there is no chance handed over to Fraction. None finds the same fate as his teammates, and Maxim is running away. Can he get away is the question. I mean, he's not really going to be saving too much, but he'd love to take a few players down with him, but instead, it's a flawless round for Twisted Saints. The cleanest we've seen so far.
Lovely shots and lovely way of dealing with the eco. You spot a couple of players over towards C, divert your attentions into towards B, and just taking the contact play in towards site as well. You can see how uneasy Dirty Elise were getting, especially with just the lack of information across the entire board. Nobody was peeking towards C. They send that double peek towards long, instantly rotate off, and then they're caught in transition between positions because the contact play. And this one is not a contact play at all. It's Dimensional Drift all the way in, heavy and aggressive into C.
Indeed it is. Hunter's Fury expended, but it hasn't really found anyone. Not a single tag given, so not even the information there for Twisted Saints. The important part, though, of this attack is the lurk by Viti. He's got the cam, making sure that his back is covered. So the timing of his positioning could be vital, especially if Dirty Elise choose Garage to be a place of attack. Kill contract out. Will looking to see if he can win it. But the fact that Fraction has got himself a bit of shield is what is needed here. Dirty Elise finally get themselves back in. Organized retake pays off.
Yeah, massive retake coming in from Dirty Elise. And it was the combination of None and Fraction's ultimate that really tipped the scales in the favor of Dirty Elise there. Obviously an isolated 1v1 from Fractions. Getting the promising kill to put numbers heavily in favor. And then on top of that, you have Nune's Dimensional Drift that goes in, gathers so much information, allows Maxime to get the spam kill over towards the backside position with the Odin. And then TP into long, catch the rest of the players off guard. And yeah, better now than a little bit too late for the side of Dirty Elise, because that was a prime opportunity for TSE to equalize. But even moving forward, having utilized a couple of ultimates there, a couple of big ultimates, especially when you're looking towards the Dimensional Drift, a lot of information for retakes. They're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, or at least into the next.
Cutting through.
The majority of Twisted Saints already lined up towards this right-hand side. Already looking to bounce onto A. Fraction blocked off by the cage. Not a clear picture painted yet. 3 of the Twisted Saints players up close, point blank with a smoke. Potential dry cross. Maxime spotted. Recon as well broken. If you're Dirty Elise, do you over-rotate here? Or do you think this is just an AWP capture?
Yeah, but if you're Dirty Elise, you've already taken space over towards mid, and you have the trip over towards C. Is this going to get cleared? Deck was ready for it, but unfortunately, Nune's quicker to the trigger. And now with that entry kill, the players over towards Garage can sit back in a little bit more comfort positions.
You know there are 3 players nearby. You know there's one backside and one towards main. Yanto still gets the job done.
Okay, Yanto.
Oh, surely he can deal with this over here. Maxim able to somehow thread the needle with the Odin. But Will tries to split them up in 2 instead. A barrier towards one end. The paranoia will hinder the spike part for now. And Dirty Elise take a few steps back to group up and retake this one together.
Bastia is even regrouping with his teammates over towards A. They have no presence over towards C or C-Link at all. Not that TSC know this, so they want to commit to the plant on B.
Spike planted.
Revealing area.
Recon. Instantly oh, it's not instantly broken. You know, Viti's there. Oh, the Odin will make quick work of them. Bastia also lands a headshot for good measure. Dirty Elise, it took them quite some time to get things rolling on this defensive side, but now chaining 2 together, they are in line to make this map their own and Ascent very much in reach.
Yeah, this kill. And even the ones over towards A, if you're looking at Yanto possibly getting 2 more, or even 1 more, netting 2 in the round, possibly see it tip the scales, where a lot of these rounds are coming down to 1 or 2 engagements.
Cover going out.
Not necessarily even next to the spike, on the extremities.
Oh dear. I mean, the clone is there to clear out the trip, and it is eventually broken. Luca back to safety. And Twisted Saints back to square 1.
And Dax even invested into this Odin, aware of the antics Maxime was having.
Good timing on the owl drone, really.
Did you get
Oh,
baited
man.
into with Bashiers?
That could be a real possibility, but the fact that Twisted Saints are moving towards A makes me think that no longer is the case. Maxim gets caught, and Fraction's position now discovered. Neural Theft revealing exactly in which corner he lies. Paranoia connects onto him, but the team can't really go towards him 100% given the rest of the Deadly Elite players flooding into sight. Viti taking care of Nun, but still Fraction is around, and that is so super scary. Kia now joins in with them, and they both take the fight to Yanto. Very scary for Twisted Saints, and it feels like you just need to leave. Viti, no, you don't leave.
Cancelled.
You just
30
reposition.
seconds left.
Okay, mind games, maybe a little bit. Smoking off the two short players, 20 seconds. Viti considering if he wants to push out the smoke. Spike plant, not the fake, but the full committal. A smoke within a smoke. Which one fades first? Within it once more. One to fade. Breakout from Kia. Gets the first one, and Fraction is there to support them. Deadly Elite leveling up. 13-9. Sure, this was closer than the previous, but Deadly Elite makes sure Ascent is on the table, and their fight for playoffs is still on.
Yeah, it got a little bit scary towards the end there for Deadly Elite, but they are able to get across the line. And it's not a lack of trying from TSE. There's a couple of different ideas coming in, trying to bait out the sort of rotations, but it came down to Deadly Elite hitting their shots a little bit more consistently, and of course how heavily they were in favor going into that second half with that 9-3 lead. It didn't give TSE too many opportunities for mistakes.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm quite impressed from Deadly Elite to begin with, not only how they played in this one, but how they were able to recover from the previous map, right? Because that was their choice. You kind of expected them to have a better showing there, and only getting 3 rounds by the end of it, albeit getting so close on so many of those rounds. It's hurtful. It's not easy to come back from, but Deadly Elite were able to make it happen, able to make it work. Sure, some heroic was required. There were some, you know, excellent shots thrown in there, but it was mostly organized play, especially those retakes towards the end. I think those take the cake, and for Twisted Saints, back to the drawing board and Ascent now needed. It's not going to be a simple 2-0 to put them in their playoffs, and I'm sure they're probably thinking, oh, not again, not again. We've been through this position twice already. We've got to make it happen now, surely.
I mean, it is going to be their last opportunity to get it over the line and make it into playoffs, but we will be right back after a short break. Ascent is on the cards, the final opportunity for the final space left in playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon to decide whose fate it is to make it into playoffs.
sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Surprised we don't go together, but it took us a while before we figured it out. What a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanted love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the summer, then you weren't such a bummer, and I wasn't as critical as I am now. Oh, I wish we could hit rewind and be younger, when we thought this love would last longer. Only a time machine could save us now. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanted love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and to your thirsty beach. Show them and visit your dreams. You can see you here. You know that she's near when you sleep. I'll be under your bed and I hear you fear. Shake your thirsty beach. I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty. Like a snitch on me. Now wake up. Wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt you.
The Battlefield playoffs truly is on. Twisted Saints and Deadly Release one map apiece on their effort to make it to the top 8. And look, so far it's been an exciting show. Sure, Twisted Saints were able to win 13-3 on their opponent's map pick, but Deadly Release bring out the Uno reverse card, the well-known Uno reverse card, and are able to take down their opponent's map pick as well, leaving things to be decided on Ascent.
Yeah, and especially for Lotus and Haven, sure, it was one-sided affair for majority of both of them. There was a little bit of a resurgence for TSE towards the end of Haven, but coming into Ascent, this is what I was talking about in regards to a map that Deadly Release like to play. This whole veto has been maps that they like to go towards. So it's going to be a little bit of pressure onto Twisted Saints now, and hopefully they're a little bit locked in, especially after the fact, again, talking about the storyline of the fact that they've gone from being so far up in regards to that 2-0 bracket down to the sense of we're going now 2-2. They have to be on that final third map.
There is a change of composition here for Twisted Saints. Vice and Yoru brought in and a chamber, right? Previously they had the Jet, KO, Killjoy, Sova, Omen comp, and now gone a complete 180 on that. And look, I mean, sure, the last time they played it wasn't the lowest Swiss, so they've had a few matches to kind of change and adapt. But for Deadly Release, they're like, wait, this is not what we expected them to play on. I don't know if it will matter by the end, right? It depends if they played this type of playstyle before, if they've scrimmed this type of lineup. But it is a curveball, and a curveball might be what Twisted Saints essentially need to close this series out.
I'm actually excited to see how they're going to run this double Sentinel, especially starting out onto the attack.
Yeah.
Is going to be a little bit difficult, but they do have a lot of things to work with, especially for flashes and fights over towards mid. Both Fitty and Luca can be the initiators with a little bit of an asterisk.
So slow and steady for Twisted Saints. 2 towards the right-hand side, 2 towards mid, and it's Vitty on the lurk. Sure, there is a push out from Fraction that could potentially show him and reveal him, but the recon making sure that no one is nearby, close by in mid, that could punish a potential crunch. Recon broken. Twisted Saints make steps forward. Deadly Release with 2 players mid isn't too bad of a response. None hurt up, and it's quite likely to have an extra player market, so I would assume this position to be checked. Basia swings out of short, so Luca is caught. Kia, can he find many kills here? And yes, he does indeed find 2. Sure, Yanto gets a trade back, but you need a little bit more than that, especially with Fraction on site. He does leave the space to be gathered by his opponent, so potential spike plant and a 2v3 post.
This is actually the G2 comp. I thought it was similar. It was exact same comp G2 running now with Baby Bay on the team, but it was a dominant victory they were able to get over Sentinels, and off the back of being able to really control those entries, and also the fact that Trent on the server went crazy. So hopefully TSE maybe saw what G2 did and want to have their own attempt at it.
Their own little crack at it. Yanto at 300, at 11 rather. Damage done from Basia, and Maxim cleans up Vitty's life as well. Deadly Release. I like that double push there from short. It was enough to deal with that lurker, but I feel it was that single hold in market that did most damage. Yanto getting Kia getting a double here was nuts.
Yeah, it was a lockout from the round. Even if Yanto had something to say about it, unfortunately they needed untraded kills in that post plant. They got all but that. So a little bit of a decent ramp, but there's Sheriffs to play with. Same goes for the Headhunter on towards Will. possibilities to be dangerous into this one.
Here.
Push out from smoke, potentially from Basia, and it's off the back of Recon Will saved his teammate's life by walking in front of his opponent. That's not what the plan was, but that's how it happened.
And that's a lot of damage. Yanto is a walking wounded Sova player right now. They are leaving Viti over towards B to try and connect the kill onto Basia, which it does connect, but the Nanoswarms do end up trading him out. That has actually pulled Kia away. Oh.
And leaves Fraction by himself. Not that it matters. Sure, the Outlaw is a double pump weapon, but still, one shot gets 2 kills. Not too bad of an ordeal. Deck could get given a spike plant, and with the 3rd kill for Twisted Saints, this wouldn't be too bad of a round. Results on an eco, but instead Kia ends up shutting Deck down, and a 2-0 is secured.
Decent amount of damage. You get 2 kills. Get the spike plant. Nothing too shabby about that. And you're also starting to poke into where players are liking to set up, especially when you're thinking about Basia and the setup he's running over towards A. Is important though. Podetti at least able to keep over a couple of weapons, especially the Outlaw. Make a big chunk into the side of Twisted Saints as much as they can in this round. This is aggressive.
And it pays off. On the bonus of Deadly Release, they get first blood. And Twisted Saints forced to react off the back of it. Into short they go. Luca, that's a beauty of a shot. Fraction, though, needs to connect.
What?
He does connect with the first one. The shorty does the finishing up. But at least Will is there to trade. But back to square one for Twisted Saints. Decision time.
And at least they've taken off the 2 more armed players, but the weapons are going to be recovered by Maxim and Nunn over towards short. Now focus is on Basia. Numbers definitely not in his favor on this engagement, but the off angle might pull it back in. The drone is going to spot him out. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Still able to get the first one onto Will.
Standing ahead. Standing ahead.
And now we're 2v2. And anyone's game. Where Twisted Saints players choosing different angles to hold this one out from.
Decent utility for the retake.
And good information of where the opponents are coming from Twisted Saints, but no. Maxim denies Yanto the chance to do anything substantial. And then Viti is asked to reposition Maxim. If he re-peeks that corner, it could mean that Viti falls the same way his teammate did. He's trying to delay, but now he's blind as a bat. And will fall out of the skies. Nunn is able to close this one out, so Dirty Elise making their bonus work.
Even if you're keeping one player alive over towards the end for Dirty Elise, that is absolutely fine, because you're going to have to reinvest into the next either way. And even Fraction reinvesting into that Outlaw. Aware of how much damage is had. And the money, shields, or lack thereof for Twisted Saints. Might be a couple of free, easy pickings, especially if anyone peeks over towards mid.
You don't really want to be in Twisted Saints' shoes right now. Really tough world to be in. You lose your first buy. You had such a great lead on Lotus, and then you falter on your own map pick. A lot of things in your head that you need to suppress. I need to focus on the now, on the here.
Yeah, they've at least pushed Fraction back off that angle with the fake gate crash from Luca. And a reposition comes from the Dirty Elise jet. They need to find some sort of space for the side of TSE, whether it's over towards mid, break a couple of the utility plays by Bastia.
I mean, ultimately, it would be a pick towards this B site, right? If you're able to pick out none, for example, and then leave one exposed on site, and then you could overwhelm him with numbers, that would be pretty ideal. But it feels like Twisted States instead are walking into the trap, where the two players are hiding. Entry, high-low for Fractioned and Kia. This is not going to be fun at all. None winning his own individual fight in B main. Kia having a great and simple job for just holding down the line here, breaking down the ring corner, and having plenty of time to find these headshots. It is spicy and clean from Detty on this 4th round of the game.
You'll still give it the fact that it wasn't an investment really from TSE with still Nico, but some of the shots that the Detty players were hitting, certainly on the cleaner side. Now, big investment into the operator. None can afford Fractioned the weapon. Benefit for TSE into this one is they have a lot of utility to push players off the angles with this operator. Ooh, that is risky.
Very risky. Recon broken though, so at least they might have some space to now walk in. Yanto spray works out against None. He doesn't even need to see his opponent there. Paranoia though. That's going to disrupt them, but still didn't have his gun out on time to deliver off the back of it. Therefore, Twisted Saints able to recover, and the moment they get themselves back in it, they feel alive, and they definitely want to give this one a go.
The paranoia from Maxime was perfect. It hit all 4 players. He was in a position over towards Stairs, hoping to capitalize off it. Instead, it's the other way around. Now, Fraction being hunted. I want to take this weapon off the board. But at the same time, from the side of Twisted Esports, they can't necessarily afford too many deaths, especially with Will being low HP and Yanto being low in credits. Be wise to let the jet lie low. Still an important first round on the board for TSE. And a decisive one at that, especially on that hits over in towards B.
I'm just excited we've got a game on our hands here, Summer. The fact that Twisted Saints are able to get back in, because for a moment there, I got kind of scared, I'm not going to lie. It could have easily been Daddy Elise just running away with things, but no. Twisted Saints locked in, focused. First 4 were fluke, but now back in it. And ultimates galore on both sides.
I'm gonna go for aggression again over towards main, but this saved weapon already putting its name into the mix.
A lot of damage taken there by None. He needs to be careful. And Twisted Saints now looking to move towards this right-hand side. They've got a couple of players already looking to open up this A site. Slowly but surely, creating the space, breaking the utility available for their opposing Killjoy. Luca in a bit of trouble from that Nanoswarm, down to 40. But now the spike approaches, and the site is theirs.
And the thing to be concerned about is the ultimates for the retake here, and Bastia, 2 massive ultimates for this retake, especially if Yanto can't get in a position to use his. He's retreating over in towards main, but the HP is lacking on players like Luca and None. And look at the flank. But it's being watched for. Wait, hold on.
That is a beauty of a read from Nunn. And the execution to pick him up as well, even better. Deck knows he's in trouble. Want to see if he can get a pick before he gets away from surviving that lockdown. Luca also in trouble. Falls back to the wine cellars. Paranoid, smoked off. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Sure, Yanto will be joining in, and sure, he'll try and get some damage across. His position is checked, the spike is diffused, and that's the end of that round. From the moment Nunn was able to read that backstab, nothing went wrong for Detty Elise.
And off the back of that backstab kill, you have Bastia and Kia both popping their ults at the same time, which nullified any sort of position Yanto had in that safer, deeper position in towards mate. Can't use the Hunter's Fury, can't deny that ultimate, so the players on site are stuck out of position, needing to fight their way forward, and, well, you saw how that went. not very successfully, and even a Twisted Saints esports timeout this early on into the half.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Not looking
Things
good.
didn't quite go to plan there. Starting to fall flat on their faces in a couple of these moments. It's quite pressuring, and you don't want to enter your own mind demons here, Twisted Saints, right? I feel like that's their biggest enemy right now. It's not like Desi Elise are playing magnificent Valorant. They're playing great, they're playing solid, they're playing clean. But it's not something Twisted Saints should sort of demonize, right? It's themselves, they need to get up to par, up to snuff. And they've got some resources to make that happen now.
And even a timeout to help put those resources in place, decide on ways best to invest them. Especially Will possibly hoping to get the orb up, get the Tour de Force online, because he's not very well equipped into this one.
Yeah, that's why they're taking Garage control right now. Probably the easiest orb to collect from the ones available. And indeed, that's exactly what's going to happen. And now Tour de Force will be in the hands of Will.
They have managed to break the turret at least over towards B main. Fraction
better second guess himself after hearing that ult.
But he's posted up.
Yeah, you don't want to be walking into Will's hands.
Right here.
So I don't think Will knows of this, but he's definitely put Daddy Elise in a bit of a standstill because of that move. But now walking to shore, it's a double-sided A-side approach. Dimensional drift used, and Luca is off for the chase. He knows where Kia is, but now needs to figure out where the rest of his opponents may lie. Goes for the back of the site, realize Maxim's around, as he does get one pick in the process, but Twisted Saints have done what they needed to do, and the spike can now go down safely.
Yeah, but for the retake, they still have players to get through in the utility, but at least they take none off the board early on. And it's not ideal for these two players to be on for the retake. Fraction has the operator out. Bastia needs to see what he can get done over towards door.
And it's a hard ask, a hard clear. And Lucas shows where he is, but it's enough of a distraction to allow Viti to do the cleaning up. Sure, Fraction will make sure there's a trade in all of that, but the job's done. Deck wanting to see if he can interrupt Fraction from keeping that operator around, but not going to be happening. Fraction, he's good at holding on to this operator, not letting go. It's his best friend. He takes it to bed with him. And, you know, everybody likes to have their plushies. But Luca and Yanto are the ones surviving for TSC, and the important part is that Twisted Saints are the ones to get the round.
I will say, none of the teams today have had much success in chasing down a jet with an operator that's trying to save. So maybe just let Sleeping Dogs lie, let them save this weapon, but it is definitely going to be something that, looking into this one now, being able to drop even an Odin over towards none. They're heavily invested into this one, getting a little bit of variety of weapons in, especially running that very standard, very OG setup of Killjoy Sova over towards B. The early pressure that TSC love putting over towards the side of the map. Won't be able to get anything though. And they still lose the turret.
But the fact that Twisted Saints have been, on the most part, quiet and haven't really gone for an aggressive push, I don't think Daddy Elise are ready for the extent of this push. The extent that they can provide here. None gets caught. Will dry peeking his way in. And that's already taken down every single player that was on B to begin with. Sure, Bastia is able to get out, but with only 5 points of his health.
And he's barely done anything substantial of damage over onto Viti. And again, it's in this retake position where it's going to be awkward for Fraction to get involved, especially if the rest of the teammates can't get their own kills. They need a way back into the rounds. It's unlikely to be offered up to Fraction in towards CT, especially after the drone's going to be spotting him out.
Yeah, and Will Chul is chewing up against anyone that comes before him, really. It's all down to making sure Twisted Saints don't keep their guns. And all approaching Kia. Paranoia. It's good to land onto a couple, but not enough. Sure, the wall is there, blocks them out for a little while. Maxim tries to keep his opponents further back, but plenty of time to stay away from the spike explosion. Plenty of time to keep every single one of your rifles for the next round.
Planted.
Comes off the contact play out over on towards B. And that's something that you can be afforded when you don't necessarily have someone designated towards that line. You lose the turret early on from Basia. You can see none wanting to get back onto the angle once the turret... Oh, the second wave of the turret went up, but Will already ahead of it. A little bit of adjustment, starting 3 players now over towards this B site. Unhappy with how it's been exploited so far. What, flash, an arrow, and a peek, possibly?
Will being so sneaky to go into that smoke as well. Doesn't go his way though. No one peeks him. Instead stands still. But that B site is so damn treacherous. It's not just the 3 players, it's the Killjoy utility.
Press a reset. Explorations over towards mid. Leaving Will.
Alarm bot down.
But they need to net ground elsewhere, and with Deck shifting back over towards B, it's likely going to be a Steel Garden. And a Hail Mary into B. A split through mid.
Still Garden now. That's going to make a couple of players out with their pistols. But there's so many Deadly Elise players around, I don't think that it will matter too much. Basia gets his rifle out on time, but doesn't get to use it. None backside yet to be spotted, but that flash seems to be the answer. And Luca walks into his face to punch him down. Twisted Saints have leveled up the past few rounds, and that B site has been doing them quite a few favors.
Yeah, and the cycling of ultimates as well. Obviously using 2 in towards this one. But from the side of Deadly Elise, it's again this operator that hasn't been able to get into the mix. They haven't been able to position Fractioned where he's able to get impact early on enough to affect the round. And instead, it's another round that he's going to have to save. Have no piece of the action either. Even Vitti chasing down, wanting to get a bit of an exit. But yeah, like you said, another round exploited for TSE's benefit over towards that B site. A little bit of a streak of rounds starting to equalize, only 1 away, and Dachulis do not want to let that happen.
No, they absolutely do not. And the timeout previously for Twisted Saints worked out superbly, right? I think it's off the back of that they started getting wins, got onto the streak, so it did its job. Now Deadly Elise needs something of the same, because it is quite a shame to give up on such a big advantage.
And it's about how stuff has been going over towards B. In the sense of it's not as if they're playing that sort of push and pull across the map. Sure, they're losing space, especially over towards B main. A lot of the Killjoy utility getting dealt with early, but they're not having any sort of answer back either towards A or towards mid. It's nothing that Dachulis are currently investing in. Maybe that could be something to switch up coming into this one. Having a little bit of exploration over towards the extremities of A, especially if there's no presence or util breaking on that B site and B main, because then you have at least some sort of information to base rotations off. Because a lot of the time, again, in a couple of these rounds, there's been 1 or 2 players that haven't even had a chance at an engagement. 3 players fall quickly over towards the site. And they're set up for a save. There's a bit of a adaptation. Mid, Fractioned, heavy walk down mid, and it's a heavy punish.
Viti was there and ready for it. Didn't give his opponent a chance to do a thing. Sure, a shot was fired back, but didn't find its mark. Twisted Saints, off the back of their opponent's timeout, mark a huge early dub. It is for a very short while, though, as Will gets also taken down. Maxim needs to be careful, though. There is an onslaught of players appearing in front of him. I think he can sense there is some sort of presence around, and he is definitely calling reinforcements to come in quick.
Yeah, none's going to be here on time. Especially with...
Potentially, so is Kia.
Players here to support, shutting down the TP in, and Paranoia is going to go out to support.
Trying to split the attack in two, but you still have the Aldrin to clear out the rest of the site. It's possible you can start to walk in from the shadows out from Maxim
30
to
seconds left.
paint a picture that he's left. But instead, he's still around. And now he's even got Bassi on the higher level to help him out. Oh dear, this is going to be treacherous. This is going to be difficult. Yanto looking to clear. Taking of the fast approach. And now both teams have got the information they need. Yanto using the cover, but he's the one that needs to pick up the spike and attempt to plant it. 10 seconds. Need to get on it. Toying with Bassia here, but Bassia holds strong, digs his heels into the ground and stands to his position.
As they funnel the players in towards A main, TSE suffer a loss. The break-in rounds that they're able to streak together.
Too obvious.
Or it might just be too much of an understanding for Detulis that they're going to want to turn their attentions back over towards B, which has been the only thing that they've been able to streak rounds together on consistently and in a relatively dominant fashion.
Cover going out.
Especially since the spike starts to shift that way. Or is there still a default? Still an opportunity, especially with Will on this operator, to search for a couple of kills. Poke and prod at the defensive setup of Detulis.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. More hoping he can get away with the pick, but no one is really playing around his position. Bassia was a little bit further away, but shot doesn't connect. So a handshake, a wave, but about it. Twisted Saints turn their attention towards mid, and that might be the best decision. Smoking off one of the areas, but it now fades, so it gives the opportunity for None to show himself. Breaking the Al drone, there's a clear indication of his angle. Kia, flash out, wanted to take the chance to take down Will. That's exactly what he does. Twisted Saints, though, quickly maneuver towards A.
But with the punishes of the pigs over towards main and the second over towards tree, there's dwindling players for TSE, dwindling time, and players towards heaven and towards main. It has to go towards a safe plant, and shock darts are coming in, or an arrow. It's just so much pressure on the players on towards site. No time left to deal with, no players left to throw at the problem, and now 7 up for Detulis. They're starting to have an answer back now that TSE have stopped putting any sort of attention over towards B.
I mean, 100%, and I feel like it's, again, the timeout making the biggest of differences. I mean, it was Twisted Saints that first got 3 off the back of theirs, and now Detulis line up 2. With 1 round left on the half, this could be massive for either of them. Whether it's Twisted Saints closing it up, or Detulis just increasing that lead.
And even in the last couple of rounds, it's not as if Detulis are going aggressive in any sort of avenue. They're playing relatively reserved, waiting for TSE to explore, maybe go for the space over towards market. But there's a trap play, there's flashes ready, they have something to back everything up. And now coming into this one, again, you have the operator back out for Will. Yanto has the ultimate. It's whether they can get into positions to make it impactful, especially with Bassia's one away. You might want to be saving it for a retake possibility. Will seems to be in the know. Fraction staying tucked. When does he peek?
He doesn't have to peek until attention is lured away from him, right? That's probably what he's thinking.
When does he want to peek?
Yeah, trademark to the right-hand side. Oh, that's when he wants to peek. As soon as commotion is created, instantly draws out the blades and knows what he has to do. Wants to weave in out of the smoke, but needs to be careful because Deck has also approached the upper level. Twisted Saints will be given the space to get the spike down. But again, look at Yanto walking up short. Elise still have a turret there, looking in its direction. But when push comes to shove, when panic starts to ensue on site, you might not have that position covered.
But you want him to survive. With
Operator scanning to the back of his side. Basia is able to find the first one. Viti returns and Deck, with a shorty close blank, eventually gets shut down. Viti doubles up and that is huge. But it always leaves Yanto all to himself. The turret no longer being available. Hunter's Fury denying the defuse, but also getting a kill in the process. Now, he has to sprint as fast as humanly possible, but I think none may have the timing there and gets it all under lock and key for Elise, leading the charge 8-4 by the end of this half. And this is their game to lose if they want to make it to playoffs.
Remaining.
With Elise's increase of that lead towards the end, the resurgence, I'm sure belief is now reinstated in their minds that this could be their map, this could be their series, and potentially their spot into playoffs. Twisted Saints, they've been brilliant on pistols, but if they're able to do it again, it'd be a perfect answer to what their opponents have been doing.
That is what's required, an answer. Fortunately, on towards the defensive side with double sentinel. Might just be their way back into it.
First up, it's Fraction that takes over. Will couldn't quite react to that elevation quick enough. So quite simply, Elise 5-4 of their opponents.
And just look at where Basia is as well. He's playing such a long game, being so far away on mid. It just relies on the TSC players taking too long to get out of sight. Elise need to play the delay game.
That is beautiful information. 4 spotted nearby. Surely you know what to expect here. Basia pulls the brakes and he slows down his pace just a little bit, just until Twisted Saints start to move inwards. Don't wait for the smoke to dissipate and instead go full force into the site. Viti with 2 already to his name. Deck is able to find one, but it's not without Basia finally entering the back lines. Fraction to help out as well, and Elise with first blood of the half.
And we were making the conversations. The way back into this was with a ever-reliant Twisted Saints esports pistol, and unfortunately it's taken away when it's needed the most. Talking about how it's the opportunity for Elise to make playoffs, it's the only opportunity for either of them left now. It has to be done here in Ascent. And with TSE trailing so far behind, it's not looking ideal. Large mounting to climb. We're at least kitted out with a couple of upgrades. A couple of Sheriffs, Headhunter, Bucky. Putting a little bit more on the line in towards this one.
Cover going out.
Still just some going of the motions of taking space over towards main. Especially with Bastia over towards B. Not yet making a sound. TSE start to get nervous.
Yeah, you can tell. But also, this is a moment where you don't mind taking some risks. Which is why Will is going on the lookout in short. I wonder if Key is able to keep any players busy here. That's the big question. Can keep more than just the one player around.
But also not going down to deck as well, because that would be a weapon that Will's going to be able to pick up. And a Spectre, sure, not the worst of weapons to be going up against in the retake. But it's still a weapon upgrade possible. And as soon as they go out over on towards B, they need to make the site hit clean for Detulis to withstand the retake from TSE.
And they only heard the first steps of one towards A, so that means that they have plenty of players available to the defense of this site. Viti does go down, and so does Yantos. This stinger from Maxim, it is painful. Some could say it stings. Luca and Deck, the only ones remain. And sure, stinger is found by Deck. This could get dangerous, Luca. What a brilliant shot. Two shots, actually, one after the other. Two bloody grey headshots. But now a little bit more needed. Touching the spike, and with a nanoswarm dropping, he finds the Vandal upgrade on the spike once again. But Detulis want to dance. Don't want to take this fight. They're the ones, instead of Luca having the worst gun, they're the ones with the weaker ones. But eventually they get it done with two very different positions taken up. They're able to confuse their opponent long enough. But goodness me, did Luca make that look close.
And they are, again, lucky that they were able to make it so clean on the site hit itself, of being able to clear out that back position relatively easily. It's just a quick headshot. Same goes for the double up he had over towards Market and Switch. You see, I knew those kills go the other way, and especially since it came down to that 1v2 situation that Luca had the Vandal in. It's not necessarily by the book for Detulis, but it's still a double digits on the scoreboards. And with Twisted Saints trailing by 6, they take the second and final timeout of regulation, knowing how all important it is to be able to convert this round. To not allow Detulis' bonus, which is pretty strong with 2 Vandals so far in the mix, to wreak havoc.
Thinking caps on for sure. But Twisted Saints Esports' moment is now. Buy round? Well, not really. That looks very much like a shaky buy to me.
Bastia decided to sell the Vandal by an Outlaw. Look at the shields of TSE.
Oh, this could be brilliant.
Fortunately, he's positioned over towards mid. So Will's not necessarily under fire for it yet, and is able to get the kill on towards None. That's the spike dropped as well.
So Twisted Saints looking at use their superior firepower on these longer distances, but now break down the gap by exploiting this mid position. Essentially splitting the map in two here, but not yet making the decision of where to hit. Sure, the spike is towards that left-hand side, but with 1 minute to spare, they could still pretty much do anything. Does Luca check this close corner? You've got to. Maxim couldn't react quick enough as Luca pre-fires it. And a 3v5 favoring the Twisted Saints.
Look at where the spike is. It's over towards B. If Bastia can catch anyone on the rotate, especially with the Outlaw, it could be kind of scary. Oh my god, he's gotten one.
Oh my god. But it also allows Will to stick around, right? He's got the information available to him that he has to hold his ground. And he's closing in.
Bastia can hit this.
And Will he's quiet. He's vibing, chilling, not really wanting to let his opponents know he is here. But the fact that Bastia hasn't crossed, he must know that this could be the issue. But 13 seconds on the clock, and Daddy Elise needs to start moving in quickly. Fraction knows where Will is now, but the pressure has now mounted with a recon as well, showing exactly where he is. Twisted Saints get this done fairly cleanly.
Oh, but you could see your way back into it. You could see exactly what Daddy Elise were trying to do in that round.
I would apologize.
But fortunately for TSE, Will stands the ground. Now into the first buy round for Daddy Elise, because that was just a bonus. That was just a shaky buy from them. Now the rifles, hoping to take A main pressure. But instead, this time it's 2 people holding out over towards B in case Will goes for a bit of a look-see. He might try and go break this turret, especially with the assistance Luca is providing.
Yeah, so turret broken, but Lucas still sticks around. And he could be quite the menace. And he does indeed cut out none. Big steps here for Twisted Saints. Deck also wins his own fight in short. And on that 1 minute mark, Daddy Elise, there are a couple of plans that have just not gone their way. I think they need to get a little bit creative here now.
Or they at least have to get a couple of kills. Just to keep the conversation of Daddy Elise in the round alive.
I think Deck spotted out the gun crossing into his screen, so he's not going to be re-peeking this. Instead, he's actually called Yanto in to help. The high-low are waiting for Kia to just appear on his screens. Doesn't even come down to that. Luca on A finds him first. And Maxim's position has been telegraphed for a good while. It's just that Bastia now has joined him, who quite possibly just wants to make best out of a bad situation, get closer to the lockdown, because this round is over.
How much damage can you do on the way out? That's the question. At least 1.
2?
2.
Well, no
counting with Bastia.
Look behind you. Well,
2.
Just a 2. Better than nothing.
And especially better than it being flawless, because that's where he was teeing up to beat. At least put some sort of hurt over towards Twisted Saints. No, it's Daddy Elise. Concerned about how things have transpired. Although it has only been 1 rifle round, the ability for TSE to close up these rounds can start to snowball, especially if we see this half buy round go in favor of TSE. Then there's, what, 2 more rifle rounds before we can see an equalization, if that. Since it is this double sentinel comp, it is going to be difficult for Daddy Elise to navigate, especially if they're not finding any sort of looks or kills on the extremities, or even just value of breaking utility, because we saw that's what they tried to do in the previous round over towards A. They put the sort of overhang smoke in towards site, so they were able to get in, break the trip, and get back out. But even doing that, they got punished by the spam from Deck from short. So it's not for a lack of trying from Daddy Elise, it's because Twisted Saints are already reading into it, already have a punish setup, even for just destroying a chamber trip.
This could get scary very quickly. And like you said, Daddy Elise know of it. I've taken the moment to respect it. 4 out of 5 players stacked up towards his left-hand side, and a 5th now to join. Luca won't be sticking around. But with Bastia's swing, TSE might have an inkling of what's about to happen. A big switch of pace and an explosion onto site. Fraction needs to be careful because that cloudburst isn't going to be there forever. Sure, the door closes, but not before Yanto is able to shut down Fraction. And now Twisted Saints have had time to switch places. Maxim, how does he get that one? But can't get away because Viti is around. Oh, this has gotten chaotic. Daddy Elise take too long to get on site, and because of that, they get punished. Crazy how Twisted Saints were able to respond so quickly.
And it's likely Fraction's just going to be dropping the weapon over towards none, playing in towards the Blade Storm for this one. So even though it was a heavy investment into the previous, there is enough for the buy-in towards this. Killjoy lockdown available. Can utilize that before Yantos gets online, before the counter ultimate is there. But that's the thing, is they haven't necessarily been able to get onto site just yet. So even the lockdown might be a ticket away into a round if they're able to just get onto site into a post plant. At the moment, they've been stopped at the door. Out, 4 players over towards mid. Exploration in the quietest manner. Yanto might be away.
Could be. The recon doesn't quite seek out the information, but with the cloud burst thrown onto it, you at least know Jet is nearby. Yanto breaks the recon in kind. And Fraction going quite aggressively here. The blades are out, but he doesn't quite find his mark with the first couple of blade attempts. But on that 40-second mark, you need to start making the decision of where you're going to hit. They still want to create, you know, questions in their opponent's head around what is going on in mid, not allow those rotation to come in that easily. Try to exploit that with their fast approach onto the safe side, but Deck falls back off the back of the frag grenade, and for that reason won't be able to deny the push on to site. Will posted up on top, smoked off for now. Twisted Saints have arrived very quickly. The question is how they're going to deal with this. Lockdown thrown in instantly. Luca wanted to stop this before it even unfolds against them. The spike is already down, but Twisted Saints are overwhelming, breaking down the lockdown as well as they go, but it's distracted them long enough for Detiolese to stand strong to their feet. And it's 2 survivors by the end. The chaos overwhelming, but it's Detiolese to prevail. What is surveil?
They're surveying the sites, and it's the lack of surveying mid from Twisted Saints that allow Detiolese that quick track into A, allowing to get the deep Killjoy ultimate. Sure, there's a little bit of poking and prodding at Fractions.
Here.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see TSC adapt by sending Will towards mid with this operator, because it's something Detiolese were able to punish in the previous, and now they won't even get an inch for free.
Yeah, an instant punish, really. And that's what you want if you're Twisted Saints. Not let the previous round get to you. And not think about the 11th round that Detiolese and potentially the map point threatened here. But instead get first blood, drop back, cut noise. Don't give over any risk. The ball is in your opponent's court.
Drone comes out. A little bit of steps here. No position noted, at least for any of these TSC defenders. And that's the thing, you lose out on towards your Jet into a double sentinel composition where, I know they don't know it, but Deck sat in main with a judge. Will's also on towards B main with an operator. The only pathway into this is through mid, and yet again it's still 2 players holding this together, Luca and Viti.
Oh man, that is so damn scary. And they at least don't quite know it. A couple of flashes available for Kia to make this a little bit easier. Still Garden dropping because TSC know this is 25 seconds left, and that's going to impact basically all of these players. Dex sees a chance to close the distance because of it, and that makes the job that much simpler. That Steel Garden changed this round.
It's just, even though they lose the early pick, they manage to scale up over towards mid, but TSC know exactly what space that has been given. Walled and trip over towards mid, Will over towards B main, Deck planted in A with a judge, and still off any sort of contact, of any smoke that goes over towards tree, Steel Garden out, delays the push, and because there's no time left, Detiolese had to commit.
Will still sticking by. Albeit the shock dart being around. Gets one, and Rendezvous out of there. No issue, no problem. No biggie. Daddy Elise wants to pounce back quickly though. And the question for them is, where is everyone? TSC aren't giving them anything, just hiding out. They fight on their terms. Will, maybe in a bit of trouble. Ooh, but switches back to the Headhunter, and he does what the name of the gun intended to do. Hunts those heads, and Twisted Saints so damn close to Daddy Elise now, they can smell him.
And you're looking for the side of Daddy Elise, bar the pistol and the follow-up, which we'll ignore. The one rifle round they've been able to put together is off the back of sneaking up towards mid, being able to cross tree without any casualties by popping the fragment nade down, the smoke cross, and then on the back of a deep killjoy ult from Basia to gain enough space to settle into a comfy post plant. But other than that, on pure rifle rounds, it's been TSC that's coming out on top, especially now Will's comfortably holding on to this operator.
Yeah, well, the operator won't be finding a mark early on. And at least are basically hoping they don't give them the chance, but before the smoke gets a chance to settle, Will connects the shot, and Fraction can't catch up to him on time. And indeed, Fraction might actually be in trouble. Paranoia reaches in, but no chase alpha from TSC. They've been so solid with their picks. Once they've gotten them, really do not intend to change the status quo of the game. Very diligent on how they've been approaching the past few rounds, and it has been paying off. But they at least need to punish. Need to find something here. But they're walking into the trap.
Spike down.
It's where the Vice is set up.
30.
Flashes here and there. Players all around them. This is not what Daddy Elise would have liked. TSC instead are the ones taking over. Complete control. Fraction, sure, he's on site, but without the spike, that means nothing. Double digits for Twisted Saints as well.
And it's getting scary in the fashion that they're closing this gap. Playing really to the extremities of smokes falling on towards short to take the peak. And the millimeters of space of vision that you're afforded. Yet still managed to connect the kill. Get out to dodge. And even then, the follow-up that Detulis tried to send Fractions in towards short. Paranoia to back off. Funnel them in towards B, in which you still have the Vice set up. You have rotates coming through. Detulis with this buy. They're allowing TSC to have a good threat for an 11th. Here a rifle onto Fractions, but he hasn't been able to really make his presence felt, especially against this comp and how TSC have been playing it.
A very safe placement there from Will, and it pays off to stick around a little bit longer. Gets the pick, and again the Rendezvous instantly puts him back to safety. Daddy Elise though have side control. 4 out of 5, maybe 3 out of 5, because Bassi oversteps his welcome there. Sure, Daddy Elise have got the disadvantage in weapons, but you want to take every chance you get, and I think they may have just given away this one. All eyes on Fractioned, as he's the only player for Daddy Elise that still has a rifle. Spotted early, so pre-fired with the operator's shot on the wall. And it's a swift cleanup from TSC to level up the round.
But Daddy Elise coming into that one, that was their approach. Let the lesser weapons in towards this one, fast hit over towards 8. They were able to get the spike down, able to challenge at least a bit. Saying that as that being a massive improvement over the last course of 6-7 rounds is concerning, in the sense of consistently Daddy Elise have been failing to get into a post plant because of how well TSC are at fighting, at disrupting any of these site hits, even before they happen at the very start of the round.
Not ready yet.
It's actually one they want to try and do again over towards mid.
Fractioned walking up the plank, really. And the shark on the other side is Will. But it seems that Fraction eats sharks for dinner because Will is no more. Deck with the Odin, though, is the grand interrupter and doesn't let things fall to place that simply. Without Fraction now, they at least have got to cross onto the safe side, but this time 4 players strong.
Wanting to take space up over towards Heaven, but a lot of chip damage being done, and even killing off the planter with the shock dart.
This is massive from TSC. Really stepped up on the defensive. Positives for Daddy Elise, though. A couple of players are low. Luca and Yanto at 30 points of health. None at a distance. Is able to find some heads. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered. The prescription nearly fulfilled. Just one more ingredient. And the ingredient's name is Viti. Closing up the gap with a shorty. In through the smoke. Connects with a headshot. But 4 points of health is not going to make it easy. And like you said, Hunter's Fury for None. Touch of the spike first. And None pulls the trigger. Both times, and now the third. Viti knows he didn't have a chance to that one, so at least he might want to take a Phantom to the next round. Detti at least, albeit the drought, have eventually found themselves onto map, series, and qualification point.
A great punish on towards short by Fractions, and then the double kill in towards Heaven. Retreats back to safety, knowing that the ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, is what can bring it across the line, and indeed it does. Into this one. Major ultimate's close, right? You're looking at Kia with that null command. And especially with a double sentinel setup, if you get that gone, it can be impactful, but they just want to go fast.
Very fast. Look at Fraction. He's just walked past everybody. And for that reason, Twisted Saints will punish. And he's so disjointed from the rest of the team due to the Vice Wall. The flash might just give them an answer back. Will is disrupting from Market, but Yanto still being around is the gatekeeper, the true gatekeeper in this instance. Basia, so far from what could potentially be the game, the round of the match, the round of the series, but this is not it for them. Instead, overtime has got to be forced. With 30 points of health, less than that, Basia has to make a 1v3 happen. His teammates, his eyes glued on his screen.
You can understand why they went for the fast play, right? They get up to 12. Maybe trying to play mind games with CSE that they're going to be worried, going to be playing Skades, more reserved. But still, not to count Basia out in the situation. Nano swarm over towards the spike, but there are 3 players. They're only 30 HP to deal with them.
He just needs to be careful not to be heard. And I think
he's
they
been
just heard him. Paranoia. And that shows Basia that he no longer has the element of surprise. Defuse is there. Bit of playfulness as well from TSC, as they know they've done something really important to them. Overtime. Now 2 rounds consecutive for either of the teams, and playoffs could be theirs.
And I feel like it's the same story that we had over towards Haven. Saul not necessarily able to close it out for TSE, but Yanto was topping the scoreboard, topping the lobby for a large portion of it, trying to pull his team back into the game. And helping to make this streak of rounds on their own defense favorable. Equating the scoreline to 12, forcing overtime, but now they're back on towards the attack. I think it didn't necessarily have the best go around in regulation. Redemption arc now into overtime.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, this is the moment to bounce back, isn't it? Reset a little bit. They're at least now on the defensive side.
And especially with Basia now switching up and playing over towards A, if they don't necessarily catch out this detail, they might try and look into splitting over towards B or putting some pizza pressure or in towards Market. A flash from Kia and a swing from possibly None. Could be kind of scary.
This flash could even be scarier. Kia is around. Luca and Will are the answer. So it's just a simple trade. A 2 for 2. Spike can easily be collected by Will. And in this 3v3 spot, Fraction might be the answer for Daddy Elise. He's got 2 positions he needs to be careful of, but no, it's not going to be the B hit. Instead, they're going towards A.
Especially with the fact that Fraction avoided that flash over towards B, it might lure him into a false sense of security that it's going to be B, they're going to come here, they don't know that I'm in main. And that's what's brought his teammates over to support, to re-clear out over towards mid. But TSC have changed the direction. They want to go towards A. Sure, there's an alarm bot still up. It's not going to mean much. No. And with Vitty's positioning, he's going to go overlooked. Oh my gosh, only good for 1.
Yeah, at least that one. It still keeps things even. It still makes this anyone's game, Will and Deck. The high ground is where they choose to make their stand. Basia showing himself, but that's a lot of information gathered. Deck left behind, caught off. Will doesn't trade it. And if this is what changes the status quo of this game, this will hurt. Basia, though, brilliantly done. Headshot on the first. Shorty in his opponent's back for the second. And Daddy Elise have found the defensive round. The attack is where they struggled, though. And this is where they need to find their last round.
Well, they've had plenty of opportunities. Now, yet another one for an attacking round. A timeout to reassess, because this is something that they struggled with a lot on the rifle rounds. They really afforded the luxury that they were able to connect for the pistol to have that extra buffer coming in, because the rifle rounds stood tall for TSC on this defense, and it makes sense because of the composition that they're running. With the Vise and the Chamber, and especially with the Yoru, they're able to fight over towards mid. They're able to place Chamber in some off angles, some very committed positions for that get out of jail free card. Same goes for the Yoru of Luca. And at the same time, it's Yanto that's been one of the biggest things for Daddy Elise to deal with.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot on their minds right now. But due diligence taken to give their best chance at securing the dub. Mistakes made, a lot of them. A lot of them, but it's normal in high pressure situations such as this. Final spot of playoffs up for grabs, and Daddy Elise initially choose to flood the right hand side.
A little bit of a switch up for Will. No longer operating posted up on angles over towards mid. It's A this time.
And already the paranoia drops in. Daddy Elise aren't toying around at all. They want to go in for the fight instantly. Fraction so eager to get this kill, but it has created a weakness towards the right hand to the other side.
Shot missed.
This site. Daddy Elise connecting with most of them. Will only left for TSC. And he's trying to chase after Fraction, but shall not be able to get anything done. Fraction to save the day and give Daddy Elise the final spot into playoffs. The dreams for Twisted Saints in the dirt.
And after 3 chances of making it, it just makes it feel just even more bitter towards the end of this upper Swiss bracket. Unable to close it out into the best of 3s, and they gave it their best opportunity, always making it towards those 3rd maps, making it into overtimes, but Daddy Elise put them to the post with 2 rounds consecutive to close it out, and not for lack of trying from the side of TSC.
Definitely not. Definitely not without the lack of trying. TSC gave it their all, especially towards that second half, right? That resurgence, that fight back, it was impressive. Really, really impressive stuff. And having the mental fortitude after, you know, being a map up and then completely, you know, dismantled on your own map pick where you thought you could have potentially gotten a 2 and a 0. Instead, you nearly get reverse sweep. So it's always in the back of your head, how do you come back from this? And it wasn't easy for them to bring things to overtime. That at least, though, did just enough. just enough, and by the skin of their teeth, are the last team in playoffs. How about that, Summer? I don't think we expected this type of a match coming into this series, right? We knew that could be a close affair. There are pros and cons for both teams doing well here, and there are positives and negatives at their gameplay, right? At their style of play, and to what they've been able to do as of this point in this tournament. But I don't think we expected what we just saw.
Yeah, and especially after the context of the first map coming in, it was starting to look very one-sided and leaning in favor of TSE in the sense of, oh, okay, they've just 13-3'd them on a map that they love to play. Interesting. Going into a map that they don't necessarily have the best track record on at the moment. And yet, a third map was forced. Overtime needed to separate the two, which, again, indicative of how close of a fan quality of the quality and standard of teams that we do have. But that'll be it for TSE, and it is sort of a sad end towards this 2-2 bracket, as it is with any of the teams that get eliminated because of how long the off season is likely to be. And you have to be looking over towards the players that really tried to make it happen, both in this map and the one previous of Yanto and Viti. But you're looking at the side of Daddy Elise, and they just have so many players that stepped up to the plate.
Indeed. I mean, look, I can't individually highlight one player because there were so many moments. Actually, never mind, I can. Fraction saved the day, the last round of the game. Full piece at the end with the blades out. If it wasn't for him, it would have likely been an equilibrium and another OT. And who knows what would have happened from then on out, right? TSE might have been given a chance to win this series. It was a very, very close fight. And yeah, no, I think Fraction must be given a lot of pats on the back of that one, because it gives Dedalise another breathing chance to fight more. And it's hard to see Twisted Saints go like this, right? Because they were amongst the first teams to make it into that 2-0 bracket straight away. They have played 3 BO3s to try and make it into playoffs, with the opportunity to get there, getting close in a couple of occurrences, proving to be worthy opponents of some of the strongest teams in the region, but it just wasn't enough. And again, commiserations really, but a valiant fight shown, and I hope that we get to see more of these players leading into this, you know, maybe into the next season, right, into next year overall. You know, we're familiar with so many of these player names that have been dark horses of tournaments as time and time again. Some of them are made into Challengers North finals, right? Taking, you know, Apex down last year for a series, right? Only 2 teams were able to do that across that season, and that's the team that made it into VCT later on. But you know, every story has its ups and downs, and for Twisted Saints, this is a little bit of a down moment for them. Dead Elise, on the other hand, they must be very proud of what they did. Do you have a favorite moment from this series, Summer? Can I give you some time to think about this? Any moment in time throughout that entire map, they're like, oh, that was awesome, that was epic. I'm gonna make it easy for myself as well and say that Fraction towards the end, that save the day, has got to be a big one. But I'm sure we saw a couple of clutches, haven't we?
Yeah, I feel like there's too many moments to talk about, but what was it, the 2v5, I think it was. I can't even remember who it was at this point, because there's been so many clutches and back and forth kills, but I believe it was on Haven. That was pretty cool to watch. But yeah, again, all of these players are going to have to be happy with the fact they made it this far, even if they aren't necessarily making it into playoffs. And like you said, I do hope we get to see these players further on, whether it's in the 2026 season or in some of the off-season events that I know are coming up, especially in between now and Christmas. So it'll be nice to see that familiar names at least around in the circuit for longer.
Sure, yeah, and just to give an extra reason for people to stick around here as well, Fraction will be joining us for an interview soon, so make sure you stick around. Let's hear what this man has got to say for Deddy Elise's appearance now in playoffs. I mean, look, it's the second time they're going to make it into playoffs this year, right? They did it in Split 1, a bit of a downturn in the second time, going 2 and 3, and potentially could have fallen victims to the same fate here. It was very close. It really could have gone either way. But no, they persevere, and their story has a bit of an up curve as we move later on into the season. And they've got a chance to even take it a step further, right? Because make it into playoffs, you can look at your mistakes. You've got a couple of days to rest as well, practice a little bit and refine your strategies, because now you could even make it into the top 4, right? Be a Challengers Northeast representative. And how about that for a Challengers the EMEA showing, right? So even though there are a few of the teams that didn't quite expect to make it into this position, that kind of exceeded expectations, not only of ours, but their own, now have got the chance to potentially make it a step further, right? I just found out we won't be having an interview, unfortunately, so yeah, that's a little bit sad, but there'll be more interviews as the season progresses, folks, so don't you worry, we got you covered. All right, well, that's it for today, but there is more action upcoming when it comes to this tournament. These were our results. Bulls and Deti Ulysse, the last 2 teams to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, and again, you're talking about the downturn of some of the teams, the resurgence in towards Split 3. Deti Ulysse are definitely wanting to be riding that high going into playoffs because they start this weekend. And same goes for newcomers like Bulls. Going to be excited to see who they end up matching against. And Formulation as a first matchup. That could be spicy.
A 200 full box 200 playing up against Deti Ulysse. It makes sense, okay, because full box 200 were one of the first 2 teams to make it up there. Bulls also and Deti Ulysse being the last 2 to make it up there, so it makes sense that they get paired up like that. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Enterprise playing up against Pixelumina should be a banger. And Metasport Team Liquid Academy, that's a rematch from the very first split of this year as well. So bit of a grudge match perhaps to see how that one goes. Both those teams ended up being representatives in playoffs. Actually, this might actually be the most stacked we've seen a playoffs, right? Because in the previous split, there were many teams that we didn't quite expect to not make it there, but indeed there were those upsets. So this time we've got 6 out of 8 who have made it in the top 4 before. 6 out of 8.
I mean, I was just looking at the bracket. Obviously, Bulls managed to make it to playoffs earlier today. They're wanting to have possibly a rematch against Enterprise. That could happen earlier on than expected, especially if both Enterprise and Bull win their first game. They would be in that sort of second matchup. So I'm sort of willing that sort of timeline to come to fruition so I can see the rematch, whether it's earlier or later on in towards that playoff split. But yeah, other than that, final thoughts for today. It is coming down to tooth and nail how close in these teams are. But looking into playoffs, we've got a very stacked split. I'm very excited to see what could be doing and how it's going to transpire and who's going to make it to the grand finals, who's going to make it to represent Challengers Northeast going into Challengers EMEA. But that is it from me and Pavlos, at least for the next couple of days. You're going to be joined by some lovely other casters to take you through playoffs, but we will be back for the grand finals. But other than that, have a nice day, sleep well, and be ready to watch the rest of the playoffs begin this weekend.
She a thirsty bitch, wanna visit your dreams. You can see you here, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear you feel